It's Wednesday, January 29th, 2025, 11 p.m. Today we're going to continue our playthrough of the 7th Citadel. I feel like deep breath here, just a stressful day for no reason. Not quite prepared here, but I guess we're going to proceed. I am looking forward to playing. There's only a couple people here with me. Jonathan Warner and I played through the whole first threat together. I don't know if Jonathan's going to be able to join me for this one, the whole thing, but I am thrilled to have him here today. It's basically just me and Jonathan, and I don't know if there's anyone else who is interested in joining for this. Jonathan, how are you doing today? If there's anyone else here, please feel free to speak up. While I'm waiting for that reply, I will just review where we are here in the 7th Citadel, our playthrough of the threat known as the Drums of Desolation. So in our last session, we started the threat by playing through the scenario in a new beginning. That's how you start every threat. We chose a character. We chose to play Kasich this time. On our first playthrough, we played Arthan, who's an explorer. To this threat, we chose someone who's much more traumatized and ruthless, and that is Kasich. We're playing on the female side here. And we indeed played through the first scenario, the introductory scenario, with much more ruthlessness than normal. We chose to build mainly a support leadership deck, which means we're looking for companions, NPCs, while we play. We took a little bit of arcane, but we didn't take dexterity or strength. We finished the scenario, but we didn't do our upgrades for the scenario. So that's how we're going to begin our session today. And it's going to take us a bit of time to decide what upgrades to make. We ended with 22 health. I don't think that's going to be important. It's going to have us reset it, which really is a strategic element we haven't really considered. I mean, we could have done better in that introductory scenario if we didn't care about our health. We've got plenty of extras, so maybe we should start thinking about that. Maybe I'm playing it too safe. All right, so we're going to talk about our upgrades. Let's take a look at the items, though, that we ended our game with here. Let's see, what's the best view of this? I guess I could put them here. We got a hoe that didn't break. We had an axe that did break. We ended up not using our smoke spitter, a little bomb that can only be used once. A potion of vigor we also did not use. 10 life points back. That's pretty nice. A flail, another little weapon we could use. We got 2 glimmers of hope, which we didn't use. Unfortunately, they're not going to get us to 99. We're going to have to get 5 of them. So I'm not sure what we're going to do with these at the end of the scenario. This is Kasich's personal quest, which we are very interested in completing. He was sent out on a suicide mission and with a squad. Kasich is a sort of platoon leader and doesn't really know what happened. So we want to find out what happened in Aber Amid. So if we ever see a dialogue about Aber Amid, then we should remember to pursue it. Maybe this encourages us to have more dialogues. And then we got this very cool book, The Exploits of the Amber Knight, Volume 2. And in this book, we learned about the Amber Knight, a hero of the olden days, and how he was buried when he died with his sword. It would never break its pledge, his faithful sword. Under a stone slab where his portrait is revealed, where climbs the artichoke stair high above all. The bird regards the well where it must not fall. So we are trying to look for the Amber Knight's grave and dig it up. We really want to do this. And this idea, the Amber Knight, inspired us to name our community the Order of the Scarlet Knight. We thought about Amber Knight, but we are filled with rage and trauma and ruthlessness, so we're taking on the identity of the Scarlet Knight. All right, so that's where we left off. Those are our items. Now let's do the upgrades. I guess before we do the upgrades, we should see if there's any more bookkeeping to do. You can see I got a new game here, Lost in Adventure, a new small card-based exploration adventure game. Maybe we'll play that tomorrow. I did schedule a 10 p.m. audience choice game for tomorrow. I originally scheduled it today, but we pushed it so we could play 7 Citadel. So we are going to meet again tomorrow at 10 p.m., an hour earlier, and the audience will decide what game to play, but maybe it'll be that one, Lost in Adventure. All right, let us see what we have to upgrade that we haven't done. All right, so we didn't do any of these objectives. The prisoner, if it's available, banish a 439. I don't remember if we did that. Is that the guy that, I think that's the guy we set free that did something bad to us. Next time we're not going to set him free, that's for sure. But 439, so there is a 439 card. I don't know why we didn't do this before. I guess because we thought we had done this. If it's available, banish a 439 without revealing it. So I guess we're supposed to banish this. Okay, that's kind of weird. All right, we didn't get any objectives. Now, here we go. We're doing this part here. One season has passed. Under destroyed canvases piled up against the rampart and in the gutted alcoves, the survivors approach their breaking point, torn apart by tension and hunger. You have no choice but to present them with a project full of promise, something to occupy their hands and minds, and above all, fill their bellies. With the help of a couple of bullocks and a cart that survived the collapse, you're able to gather the materials needed to set up a makeshift camp. Right in the middle of the sacred grove, you begin planting a vegetable garden that soon provides an abundance of fruit and vegetables. What sweet irony, as the Necro Druids had forbidden their consumption. Sowing, building, not a day passes without you and your people being consumed by this vast undertaking. Little by little, hope is reborn. Okay, so we start out by checking 2 boxes of the production tracker. So there's our production tracker. And we start off by checking 2 boxes. All right. And now we get to build 2 checkbox of buildings. Look at that, 299 cards. That's such a shame, because if we had gotten one more glimmer of hope. Oh no, 299s, that's fine. All right, so now we have to make our first decision about upgrades, which is what 2 points of buildings we want. Now, you'll remember that there is one of our rules that we've added is a homebrew fortune teller's hut to fix the luck system in the game, which I do not like. And in fact, I've added a new rule. I discussed this at our last playthrough, and in fact, I posted on Board Game Geek a modification to the Fortune Teller's Hut with a printed version of this. I don't know why I didn't. Did I not print it out somewhere? I guess I didn't. So I've just written it on here. So we can also use the Fortune Teller's Hut once built to spend 49 cards or life points to re-roll a die. So that may come in handy for us when we have something we don't want to break. Definitely makes the game a little easier, but I'm okay with it. So, I suggest we spend our first 2 points and start building the Fortune Teller's Hut, because this is the one thing that the one rule I hate in 7 Citadel when it tells you to draw 13 cards. So I want to get this built as soon as possible. So I'm going to go ahead and spend our first 2 upgrades here on the Fortune Teller's Hut. So it's almost built. All right. Now, Autumn says, who's played a bunch of these, says don't use X's, use little dots, because maybe we're going to have to erase them or something. So let's just put little dots. All right. Or using your dots on this tracker, maybe what she means is to use stickers. I'm not going to use stickers though, because they do come off. So I'm just going to use my erasable ink. All right, so the Fortune Teller's Hut is not quite built, but we will build it soon. I mean, I could try it. I could try using both. Let's see. I do worry that these sometimes get knocked off, though. All right, we'll try using these a bit. You have to be careful, though. They do occasionally get knocked off. All right. Take 2 99 cards. Okay, the 99 cards, you'll remember, are the upgrades. These are the cards you can spend to check a Destiny box, which lets us upgrade. All right, so let's add these to our supply here. At the end of another day's work, you contemplate what has been accomplished, what you have accomplished. The dwellings extend well beyond the Citadel's walls. Soon the common room will be filled with lively conversations and laughter, all of this in a little less than a cycle. As the last rays of sunshine disappear, you have to face the reality that in spite of all you've achieved and the lives you have saved, this is a tenuous victory. Living like this, by scavenging the remains of your former prison, is not sustainable, but does not displease those held captive for too long to ever fully embrace freedom again. Your meager resources no longer meet the needs of your ever-expanding community, swollen by births and the arrival of too many refugees who lost house and home in the reversal. One morning, Walton arrives at your tent with a broad smile. We found some ground shivers in the ruins of the Citadel. They'll enable us to venture into the collapsing lands, and if you give me time, I think I can even make some more. In the glossary section, on pages 2 and 3 of the dialogue book, you read information about the burrowers, the reversal, and the ground shiver. Okay, so remember, there is a glossary. There is a glossary at the front of this, and I can see actually how it might behoove us when we were first playing to mark the paragraphs we've already read. But let's just read these again, and maybe we'll mark them now as we read them to learn about this. So we have read this burrowers section before, but I guess it's been a while since we played it. Wouldn't kill us to read it again. The burrowers are various invertebrate subterranean creatures that seem to have no will of their own and act according to the will of the worm master. The most common is a blind worm, which is as long as two people and moves by digging tunnels that cause the ground above to collapse. The collapsing lands owe their name to the burrower's destructive work. Okay, and you saw an asterisk for worm master. So we could look up the worm master here, which it doesn't want to zoom in on, is the name given to the person or people who led the burrowers in their attacks on the Kel Protectorate during the War of the Worms. In order to bring it to submission, their identity remains a secret, and it is not known what has happened to them since the reversal, or even if they're still alive. Okay, so we never solved that, but we weren't meant to solve it. Okay, it keeps mentioning the reversal. Let's read about this. This unexplained event, which occurred nearly a cycle ago, was responsible for the collapse of the necro-druid Ninidazur's Citadel. Many view the reversal as the official end of the War of the Worms, which they attribute to the death of the main players in the conflict, the necro-druids on one side and the worm master on the other. But these are only suppositions. More pessimistic people see the reversal as simply a simple lull in the conflict. All right, so we read about the worm master, and we've read about the reversal. And the Kel Protectorate is someplace we've been. Kel has long been a city-state like any other. Thanks to its central geographical position and its unrivaled military power, it gradually developed a hegemonic policy, considering the other cities as its vassals. While most of them did not mind, Gattlerock ended up opposing this in an eventual rebellion that saw its mages clash with the Kellian Iron Legions. It was during this conflict that the Worm Master made their appearance. Interesting. All right, so we've been to Kel. I don't think we've been to Gattlerock. Here's a little bit about the Necro Druids. In the early day of the war, the Worms, Kel Protector is powerless against the burrowers. Druid Galahel of the Burning Brambles saw an opportunity to restore the influence of the ancient Druid clans, which was waning in the shadow of arcane and science. He transgressed the sacred principles of his order, combining his knowledge of nature with that of black magic. He created the first plant abominations, the only ones capable of fighting the underground vermin and saving what was possible from the territories subjected to their assault. Thus began the advent of the necro-druids and their places of power, the citadels. Slave gardeners, which is what we were forcibly conscripted to foster and maintain the hard creation's birth there. Eventually dying of despair, exhaustion, or as victims of accidents, each citadel is controlled by a powerful necro-druid, the most famous of which are Ninidazur, Daticum, Sessenhaum, and Biberanek. The monstrosities created by the necro-druids have spread, often out of control, to various regions where they threaten humans and wildlife alike. As such, many inhabitants of the collapsing lands consider the necro-druids to be unscrupulous slave drivers who have done more harm than good. So we were a slave gardener. We were in the Ninidazur Citadel, which got destroyed in this great reversal. And in our first playthrough, we visited Daticum's Citadel. All right. And we learned about Gattlerock just a moment ago. Gattlerock is a city-state located south of the Sunset Mountains, renowned for its mages trained in the Arcanum. Since rebelling against the Kel Protectorate, the city has isolated itself. Its arcanists have proven powerless in the fight against the burrowers. Okay, now we have never been to Gattlerock, I don't believe, but we have heard about it now. All right, is there anything else to read? I guess we should read this little entry on the War of the Worms. War of the Worms is the name commonly given to the conflict between the Worm Master and their burrowers and the Kel Protectorate and its allies, the Necro-Druids. The War of the Worms, which lasted for nearly 50 cycles and ravaged the country to the point of giving it the name the Collapsing Lands, seems to have ended with the reversal, which is what just happened that we just escaped from. All right, and then there are some other entries here about Waterbank and about the Blue Giants and the Chain and Ground Shiver that we'll read when we encounter them again. But I guess we're supposed to read this Ground Shiver. One of the first necro-druidic creations during sacrilegious ceremonies, the Druid Galahel of the Burning Bramble corrupted a pond lily with blood to the sound of incantations torn from the darkness. He named his creation Ground Shiver because it could detect the slightest vibrations in the environment and thus warn against the presence of burrowers by folding up its petals. This creation marked the advent of the Necro-Druids and was the first turning point in the War of the Worms. Without a Ground Shiver, it would be risky, foolish even, to travel in certain parts of the collapsing land. So that's the thing, remember, that determines where we can go, whatever our Ground Shiver level is. All right, back to the game now. We read the glossary. Since your escape, you've kept watch on the horizon, wondering about the reasons for such upheavals, pondering what lies beyond and what might emerge. You're drawn to the buildings standing out at nightfall and to the tiny lights shimmering in the depths of the night. There is life out there, a world to be discovered and lifted from the rubble. Once again, you have provided the initiative by sending a small group of volunteers to scout the surrounding area. Your responsibilities in the camp forbid you from exposing yourself unnecessarily for now. Take a 25 card. Okay, so 25 says the scouts return after a few days bearing interesting news. Flip this, slip it into slot located in B3 of the world map, then read the dialogue whose number can be seen in the top left corner. Okay, so these are the map cards. And we have to remember this part. It's very common for me to forget this, but whenever we uncover a map card, otherwise known as a feather card, we have to start by reading that upper left. So let's go read that upper left and then we'll slot this in. So dialogue 25. So we continue, we send people out to explore the world occasionally. We can choose that as an upgrade, and when we do, they come back. All right, so let's see what we've got. We were careful, and we all came back unscathed. The Ground Shiver you gave us helped us avoid some rare burrowers by alerting us of their presence. Here's our Citadel. Here's our Citadel, they say. Right there. We found traces of an ancient battle further south. There. Perhaps there's something that can be recovered to improve our defenses. We know what's there. It's a ballista that we could dig up with some effort. An impassable crevasse cuts us from the north. That's here. As you can see here, the Great Sea has spread much further west. Finally, there's a strange stone slab there, but we weren't able to open it. You thank Raylene for his report and wish him good rest. Okay, so we've built a bridge across the crevasse in our last scenario. We opened this up. It's sort of an underground tunnel system, and we've gotten on a boat on the Great Sea. If this is your first time reading this dialogue, give your community +1 book. All right, so let's do that. +1 book in our community. And Autumn says use the dot stickers, which I'm going to use, at least for the time being. All right. And Yes. Okay. So now this should slot into our map, which I'll do in a second. Soon you will venture further than you have ever gone before, discovering the world's many mysteries and sleepy secrets. You may now take actions again. You must immediately take the think action on each of your Hope Reborn cards. Okay, so we have 2 Hope Reborn cards. We had some glimmers that we were hoping to add up to 5 to get an extra 99, but we didn't. So these are going to be useless to us pretty much, I think. All right, so this is a little unusual. In normal cases, we'll be doing this between scenarios, but we're about to start off a new scenario. So we can now do 2 upgrades on the Destiny. Okay, so here is the Destiny chart. And we start out, well, it's been a while since we've done this, so let's see. I mean, we start off in the center, but where does it say? So basically, we'll be moving, continuing a path and getting different upgrades as we go. If no other symbols checked, you must check this symbol in the center. Okay, so we start out by doing this upgrade. Otherwise, we have to go expand out. All right, so we've just done this upgrade as our first Hope Reborn. So we're spending our first Hope Reborn by taking the think action. And then this gets blocked. And I put the blocked cards right down, or there, I'll put it. All right, so, which you didn't see. Okay, I put the block card here. Is that where I'll put it? Yeah, okay, I'll put it there. All right, so that gives us this one, and then we're gonna have to decide where to go adjacent to that for our second one. But first, let's do this upgrade. So, randomly take 4 advanced skill cards from the game box. 1 player gains 2 of these, or 2 players gain 1 each. Okay, so this is our current hand, and now we're going to take 4 new ones and pick 2. So let me just remind you of what our hand looks like. So we're focused on these 2 symbols. We've got a lot of flags and a little bit of everything else. All right, so that's the most important thing to think about in terms of working with other cards. All right, now it wants us to take 4, choose from 4 advanced skill cards. Okay, so these are the upgradable skill cards. Let me make sure, are there others? Yes, there are others that I haven't picked out. So let me see here. So you can see how many there are. There's a huge number of these. The ones that are sleeved are ones that we played with previously. So we're going to have to decide what to do here. Whether I should unsleeve these. I guess I should unsleeve these. I guess I'm going to unsleeve ones that we've already played with. All right, well, maybe we can review them as we do them. Let's see. This gives you a random thing and lets you do a whole bunch of things. That's pretty good. Sound advice we took before. Gives you 2 symbols. Lots of more dexterity card. Arcane fighting, that's pretty good. First aid, we didn't make too much use of this, but there were some times we really needed it. Enchanted projectile was amazing. Healer was pretty good. We needed that for some missions. This gave us flags to order people around. Motivation gives us a flag. Use dexterity. Some of these things we're probably not going to use since we're not focused on dexterity. Superior strength. Telekinesis, that was pretty good. Look at that, 1 arcane for 1 star. Pretty good. And look at this one. Gain 4 arcane or this arcane energy. That was pretty good. Experience, that's another great card. Mariner, we grabbed that one and we had a hard time ever using it. Ready for anything. Okay, so put these aside, and maybe I should have shuffled all the rest, but that was just going to take too much time. So here we go. They're all going to be clumped together. It's all right. Maybe next time I'll leave all these between breaks. Can I riffle shuffle these? A little stiff. One of the upgrades lets us draw 8 cards instead of 4 to give us more choices. Jonathan had us get that last time and it was very useful. Maybe we'll try to get that upgrade again soon. And I did want to tell you about a new house, another house rule that I wanted us to consider playing with. But let's do this first. All right, let's draw our 4 cards here. I'll just draw them from various places to avoid us clumping. So we draw 4 and we get to choose 2 that we like. All right, let's see what we've got to choose from here. Skillful, support, watch out, and sleight of hand. Okay, let's see. Not really what I had in mind here. All right, here's skillful. I'm trying to think of the best way to do it. Okay, so it gives us 2 dexterity symbols, which is not great. We'd like to focus, and this relies on having dexterity. So this is probably not so good for us. Support sounds more like our specialty. It gives us a flag, and we can apply this effect during an action you're involved in, even if you're not the active player. All right, not so good because we're playing single player, but we can get any symbol we want, or draw 3 less cards, or ignore a requirement to discard cards. I mean, it has the benefit of being able to be used with any action. That's pretty good to give us a random symbol on any action. That's pretty good. Doesn't have any successes, but it has 2 half successes, which is also pretty good. All right, I'd be inclined to take that, but let's see if we got better stuff. Watch out is another flag. If you have a companion, we can ignore ambush, and we can turn a flag into a shield. Well, I don't normally care about shields very much. Ignoring ambush is pretty good. If you'll remember, if you want a reminder of what ambush is, so ambush and other criteria have to do with battles when you encounter creatures. And ambush is a pretty bad one. It says you must skip the first gear up step. So you can't use any of your weapons. You can't prepare and use anything in your supplies. So being able to skip that is pretty good. But what are you going to do? Carry this around forever just in case you get ambushed? That seems pretty far-fetched. So this, although you could keep it around forever because every time you use it, you don't have to discard it. But boy, that's a little rough. Hard to see that. Now, what is this sleight of hand nonsense? When you must return a keyword barter, you can look at the 3 cards. If you find are 2 or more arcane or dexterity, discard this instead of returning a card with the keyword barter, then shuffle and back in. That seems very far-fetched. So, yeah, this one is not so good. So, I guess these are not great cards. Don't love them. I guess I'd be inclined to take these 2 just because they're flags. And this is not a bad combination. It's pretty frequent that you get a half a star. I guess I like this one the best, so we're definitely going to take support. But we could take watch out, or we could just try to get more of these dexterity symbols. What do you think? What's take both of the flag cards? Okay, let's just double down on our flags. There is a real advantage of having predictable symbols, although this card isn't that good. Okay, but here we go. We're taking these 2. We're putting the other 2 away. And that's our first upgrade choices made. Gotta get into a better habit of controlling the screen. Okay, so these cards we're now going to sleeve and add to our hand, shuffle into our hand. Okay. Continuing on here. All right, so now we have to use our second upgrade. What? I gotta just put these off screen, huh? Okay, our second upgrade. So our choice is this. So mostly builds, but we could pick one of these and one of these. Okay, so this is a reflex card, which is a strategy we very much tried to avoid on the previous playthrough, which I'm inclined to still avoid. And this is to increase one of our Citadel community scores. That was the production, the reading, the defense, etc. So my gut tells me we should focus on building buildings first. We only have one more to check off. So are we going to build a building, build a community skill, or get a reflex card? So John says, let's do a building and finish off our fortune teller hut. Well, I like the sound of that. But now we still have to decide which direction to go. And this is going to get me to the last house rule that I want us to play with. All right. Now, if you look at this, you'll see there are a couple, what are there? 5 or 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 special numbers, and those are major upgrades of your character. In our first playthrough, we visited 3 of them, total mysteries. And when we visited the three of them, what we found was 301 gives you an extra card in your hand. That's huge. So that's a great one. 307 lets you peek at an extra result card. I don't like that. That's annoying. It's beneficial, but it's annoying. And 311 here was a stupid community increase card, which I don't like. So I don't want to bother dealing with this one or this one. I absolutely want this one. And I'm very interested in exploring the other the other three that we've never seen. 17, 314, and 303. However, I want to note that to get 317 and 314, really wants you to get these reflex cards. Now, I don't like these reflex cards. We're going to look at them. I'm open to the idea of trying it. We've been playing this threat by trying to do very different things. So I'm open to the idea of trying a reflex strategy, but I'm going to make the case why that might be a bad idea. So let me just give you the house rule that I'm going to suggest we play with, which is instead of letting this game force us to do all these upgrades that are going to make us miserable, I suggest that we allow ourselves to put this 317. So we've seen this and we don't like it, and we've seen this and we don't like it. 307, 311, is that right? Yes. So I'm going to allow us to put these places that we haven't been, 314 and 317, here if we want. Actually, this one doesn't look like you have to get reflex cards to get to it, does it? And actually, this one, not either. Oh, it's just these two. So 317 and 314. Okay, so I suggest that we put 317 in one of these places, 314 in another place. That's my suggestion. Autumn says, the nice thing about the reflex cards is they have a lot of successes on them. Cody built a reflex heavy deck and enjoyed it. Just a data point. Do what you prefer. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to look at these reflex cards now. So this is the total set of them that you can look at. All right, so they are quite powerful. So if you draw this one, immediately after it's revealed, you can discard cards from your hand in order to take into account the class icons in the result area. So this really lets you, in addition, all the reflex cards have this same scenario. They all have a star plus 2 halves. So that is great. I mean, it really makes it much easier for you to get successes when you draw results. So these are good ways to bulk up your cards so that it's easier for you to get successes. That's huge. That's big. They also have these special abilities. The problem from my standpoint is that this feels like it's going to really draw out the game, because you're going to, let's say we draw 4 cards test or 5 cards. Now, each of these 5 cards, I've got to read these rules and do special new actions and decide for each one whether we want to trigger it. You may draw an additional card immediately after it's drawn. Immediately after this is drawn, you may shuffle 1 card you just revealed back into your deck. Immediately after this is revealed, you may... So my problem here is the same problem I have in Dominion, where you get cards with card draw. It just draws out each turn significantly. And I think for us, for these playthroughs, especially on camera, even if I wasn't doing it on camera, I just do not like the extra set of decisions and lengthening out your turn that's triggered by these, especially since we can't discuss it and you can't plan this out. It's not like these are in your hand and you can be thinking about ahead of time. These only come out when you decide, okay, we're going to draw 3 successes. Here we go. Draw the first one, and then we've got to look at this. Immediate, do we want to draw an additional card and reveal it? And then we draw this one. Okay, let's read this. Immediately after revealed, you may shuffle one card you just revealed. It's just too much. It's too much extra downtime on each little turn. And it means micro optimizing turns in a way that's just not fun for me here on the channel and even in general. So I think that just confirmed my worst thoughts about the reflex cards. It's just not where I want to spend our time while the two of us, you and me, are playing the game. So I am going to say that we are not going to use reflex cards. In fact, I would go so far as to say that anytime we would normally draw a reflex card, we can do something different. So that's another way we could house rule. We could either move these numbers, or what if we played and said our house rule is going to be anytime we would normally check off a reflex, a reaction, what are they called? Reflex. We allow ourselves to get any other upgrade. That I like. Let's do that instead. All right, so we're not going to swap numbers. Instead, we're going to say anytime we would be forced to check a reflex, we're going to allow ourselves to get any other upgrade. I like that. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. So now, maybe in the future we'll build a building that you have to pay for before you can do that. All right, so but now let's get back to this. Where do we want to build? Okay, so we're in agreement. We're going to do a building upgrade and get the fortune teller's hut. So the only question I have is, do you want to head straight up to 301, which is like this way is probably the fastest? Yes, this way is fastest. So should we head up straight to 301 and get an extra card in hand, which is huge? Or do you want to head straight over to one of these numbers we've never been to, 317, 314, or 303? So 303 would probably go this way. And if we go this way, we can do whatever we want. What's the thoughts? Jonathan says, my worry is those 300 cards after all the reflex cards might be about reflex cards. I see. That's a good point. Let's try not to be too disappointed if they are based around them. That's an interesting idea. An interesting concern. Okay. Well, then maybe let's head up to this 301 first. So we'll plan to go this way and get our 301, which is pretty big. Okay, let's do that then. All right, so we got another building upgrade. We went that way. And with that building upgrade, we're going to improve our fortune teller's hut. Now it's built. Now, if we ever get told we have to draw a 13 luck card, we can ameliorate it. Or if we roll a die, we can pay to re-roll it. All right, so the fortune teller hut is now built. That's good. And we've spent our second Hope Reborn, which is now blocked. All right, and now we're ready to set off again, finally, after almost an hour. So we did take these actions, we did upgrade. We're starting a new threat, return all the cards in the past. I already did that. Choose an available threat booklet. That's what we're playing, Drums of Desolation. Write down its title on the community page. We've done that, and we are ready to start. All right. There was one other thing I wanted to do, and that was to put this card on our map. So let me do that properly here. What Why? There. Okay. Let me get the map out. All right. Here is our map. And here is the card that we drew. And it told us where to put it. B3. Oops. Okay, so B3 is here. 3B. Okay, sorry. B3 is here. All right, so we filled out a little bit of this map. Now, the green stickers are places that we got feather map cards for before. The way the feather map cards go, yes, I did. Jonathan asks, and that's what I'm going to explain right here. All right, so the way you expand your knowledge of the world is that when you take upgrades, you can take upgrades. When you take an upgrade here, if you choose a feather upgrade, then you can take a neighboring feather to a place you've explored. So if we did a feather upgrade now, we could take a 55 or a 66. When we played previously, we took feathers enough to expand to these 3 places. And the rules say that when you start a new threat, you have to start from scratch again. So you'd have to get feather upgrades again here. Now, the problem is that I want to explore, and that feels like it's missing a little. I don't want to have to re-explore everything from scratch again. Although I can see why it's important. So what I was thinking we might do is grab out those cards that we found in our previous scenario and bring them out. However, I see now that we don't want to use, it wouldn't be fair for us to use those. But what I was thinking is, so my thought was to bring out these feather cards for these 3 places and consider them pre-built. But I can see that's a little bit tricky. Because what would we then read this? So maybe we need to do something not quite as dramatic. What if instead, I mean, some of you watching may be like, what are you doing with all these house rules? But I think it's fine. So let's see. What if take a card whose number is associated with a feather, insert it into the world map without flipping it in the slot the arrow points to. Okay, so here's what I'm going to suggest instead. Instead of my proposed house rule of filling these all from the start, what I'm going to suggest instead is that during each scenario, we allow ourselves 1 free upgrade of a place we've been to on a previous game. So we're going to stay like this for the first scenario. And then on each upgrade, we're going to give, all right, we'll do one right now just to test it out. So let's do this one here. So 66. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to pretend that we got a bonus upgrade of a map of a feather. So I'm going to take this 66 as if we got it as a feather upgrade. You send a small group of volunteers to scout the mire, the swamp that lies further south. When you get back to the Citadel, you can learn about what they found there. During the preparation phase, flip this card. Okay, so we're going to allow ourselves to more easily build out the map where we've already been by taking one of these free, one per scenario. I think that seems reasonable. All right, so let's put that. Is there a better place for me to put this? How does that sound as a house rule? John says, theoretically, we read them before. We could just ignore any buffs in the paragraphs. I agree, but I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried now that we might reveal things before the game could even, when the game knows we couldn't have even possibly done it. So I feel like if I just give us a free feather upgrade per scenario, we can't go too far wrong, and we don't have too much to read all at once. That's the other benefit. All right, so I think I'm okay with that. Hopefully you are. Let me know if you think that's going to be a problem. All right, I think we are finally ready to start our Drums of Desolation threat. But maybe we should take a little break here before we get started. I know I can hear there are people at home complaining about these house rules. We played 80 hours of the first scenario, the first threat, without the house rules, except for the fortune teller. So I feel like we've earned the right to tweak the game as we see fit here. All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break. I'll see you in 8 minutes, and we will finally get into this Drums of Desolation threat. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. Cody and Autumn have played a lot of Seven Citadel, played this scenario, and they had a better suggestion that isn't quite as generous. So I said every scenario, we're just going to give us a feather as long as we've already been there. And Cody suggested that that might be too generous, and instead suggested that what we should do is anytime we would normally get a feather for exploration, if we use it to get a feather of someplace we've been in a previous scenario, then we just give ourselves another upgrade in addition. So we still have to do the work of exploring, but now it's much easier to get an additional upgrade. Maybe when we do a feather, we'll do an old place and a new place, or we'll do an old place and a different ability. Anyway, I think that is a good suggestion. So I've taken away our free exploration. Okay. I'm assuming Jonathan is okay with that. All right, here we go. Finally, starting out with a brand new quest. This is exciting. Drawing of, looks like burrower. Those are burrowers. They've come up through holes in search of Ambrazus. After returning from the vegetable gardens where you helped harvest bright squash, you go to your quarters to change your clothes. You've just pulled a clean tunic over your head when a deafening noise reverberates outside. You rush out to see what has happened. A section of the Citadel has just collapsed, taking some cells with it. Once the dust has settled, you inspect the rubble with a few members of the community. Luckily, there are no casualties. A month passes, during which you have had no time to reflect upon this event. After issuing the morning instructions, you enter into a heated discussion and decide which project to focus on next. Just another day like so many others at the Citadel. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave rocks the camp, accompanied by a dull, thudding noise, like someone beating a giant drum with all their strength. You automatically think back to all the events that occurred at the time of the reversal, nearly one cycle ago, which destroyed the prison at the base of which you eventually settled. Fearing that the Citadel is about to collapse on them, the members of the community begin to scatter. It is only with great difficulty that you are able to restore order. 2 weeks have passed, and you have been hard at work repairing and reinforcing the damaged buildings. in case new tremors occur. Standing atop an unfinished wall, you notice some activity at the entrance of the camp. You climb down the ladder and join a group of roughly a dozen dust-covered strangers. A woman steps forward, her features drawn taut. We didn't know what state the Citadel was in. I'm glad so many people have managed to survive here. I need to speak to whoever is in charge. That would be me, you answer, approaching. My name is Felia, and these are the survivors from our community, she says, gesturing to the desperate people behind her. Our hamlet was hit hard when the ground shook a couple of weeks ago, not far from the ancient city of Stoneheap. Several of our people were killed, and our buildings were damaged beyond repair. Ambrasus, our seismologist, suggested we go to the Citadel to look for ground shivers and shelter in its walls. He has a sharp mind. He detected the first two tremors that were almost imperceptible and predicted the third that cost us so dearly. He made a detour to Raptorwood to seek out the components he needs for the device he wants to build here. He hopes it will help him to learn more about the tremors. Well, you're welcome here. We can provide him with the ground shivers he needs. The days roll by, but Ambrasus still has not appeared. One morning, Philia comes to you. I'm worried about Ambrasus. He should have reached the Citadel by now. Someone has to go find him. There are terrible forces at work, forces you cannot possibly imagine. Only he can stop them. Puck, bring me a ground shiver, would you? Your camp assistant emerges from a shed with a device, one of the very first necro-druidic creations, capable of detecting the presence of burrowers. Without it, it would be too risky to venture into the collapsing lands, and you're one of the few who knows how it works. You pack up your meager belongings and give a few more instructions before heading out. Okay, certain adventure cards are linked to this scenario. There it is. It's the footprint. So if we see a footprint on a green card, we must take that one instead of taking the generic ones. Our goal is to find Ambrasus. You have to track down Ambrasus. He must be somewhere near Raptorwood in the southern part of the mire. Secondary objective, community morale. The tremors that shook the Citadel have destabilized the precarious balance that was established since the reversal. When you read the epilogue, if you have fewer than 3 built buildings, community morale will deteriorate. All right, we need to build 3 buildings. We've already built one, the fortune teller's hut. We need 2 more. Another secondary objective is additional refugees come to help. Felia and the new refugees will help out at the various construction sites while you search for Ambrasus. However, Felia informs you that if you take too long to return, she will send her own rescue party, depriving the camp of these needed extra hands. When you read the epilogue, make sure you have as many objective cards as possible. Okay, it says if you take too long, but really, sounds like it's the opposite. We just must need to achieve objective cards. Okay, we don't know how many, but we want as many as possible. Our main job is to find Ambrasus somewhere near Raptorwood in the southern part of the mire. So there is the mire. Now this is very exciting because we tried to go south in our previous game and we ran into troubles. I don't remember. I think we may have gotten far enough down into here, but things got it was much too difficult for us here. So we have been here, some areas here, but I'm not sure we've been too much past the river, although maybe the mire just means these areas here. But we're going south. All right, let's follow the rules here. Preparation. Take 101, 102, 103, 104, and 105. Or if you have a task to be done card, which we don't have a task to be done. Okay. So 101, 102, 103, and 104. Oh, that's interesting. 104 and 105. Aren't these the objectives? Oh, I see. So this is about time. Make sure you have as many objective cards as possible. So in this scenario, we're starting with these and we're going to lose them, it sounds like, as we take up too much time. So maybe in this scenario, we're going to have to come back early. All right, so we start out with the objective cards. That's unusual. Normally we have to find them and earn them. Now it sounds like they're being used as time counters. For this scenario, your ground shiver level is 3. Okay, so here we are, and we're going to use our sticker here. We can find it to show that we are currently at a level 3. That will control where we can go. Set all life counters back to 0. So we had no benefit by saving up 22. And then we go up to 45 as a single player game. So if we're going to have to do this quickly, playing on story mode, maybe we should just play it safer. Shuffle your action deck and draw 2 cards for your starting hand. Okay, so here are our 2 starting cards. Anticipation and drop your guard. Not very good cards, I don't think. Okay, these are in our hand. All right, now return all hope reborn. These were blocked, so these go back into the deck. Remember to look up your side quests, the cards in the world map, and the effects of your built buildings. Okay, well, we don't have any of those yet, and now we're gonna get a 75. Now we do have glimmers. I guess we can just hold on to these. There's no reason to throw them away. They can be used for unblocking, or they can be used if we get 5, we get an immediate upgrade. All right, so I am going to put these cards in our little slots here. And then the items that we might use, I'll put in these slots here. And our current weight is 2. We're going to use this to track that. So we're currently at 2 because we've got 2 items that actually have weight. Okay. And there's our hand of 4. We've got a max weight of 10, so we're fine. 75 card to start out on our adventure. Remember that if we see a footprint, we have to check for that as we draw cards. All right. There we go. John says, if we have to act quickly, it makes it less likely that we'll dig out the ballista. That's true. The ballista is to the south. The Citadel stands majestically before you across the distance that still separates you from the camp. Noises and the clamor of voices reach your ears. Clearly, there is some great activity over there. So 75, I believe, is the same starting card we played on the previous scenario. Yes, it's the same exact card. So we're starting out in the same place. And we are to put out exploration cards, you'll remember. So it's been a year since we've played, but essentially this is where we go when we want to go back home into our Citadel. All right, now I want you to notice that since it's been a while since we played, you'll remember that ground shiver level is 3 or higher. It is 3. So these are easy to walk on now because our ground shiver level is 3. They do get harder as we get down here. Well, we're told we want to go south, so I guess we should go south. So it would cost us 4, except that our ground shiver level is 3. So it just cost us, well, where's our person? Okay, here we are. All right, so I suggest we just start going south. I forget what's over here. Something helpful is over here, but our mission is down south. We've got a time limit. Let's just do it. So to explore this, we just flip it. Already we've got a problem. You're preoccupied with your ground shiver. Its petals keep opening and closing. I guess that means the burrowers are near. So we can try to craft something, or we can perform a spell. Two cards to get 1 success. That seems pretty likely. If we succeed, we get to keep one of those cards. Otherwise, we're going to get a 2 card, which is bad. So we do not want to fail this. All right, so let me draw. I'm going to draw more cards. I'm going to play it a little safe, this scenario, because we think we're not going to have that much time. So we might as well use our story mode extra health to play it a little safe. And I really hate getting these conditions. Surely with 4 cards, we can get 1 success. We can only use 2 cards for it, though. So this really seems overkill. But I'm going to do overkill these days. All right, so actually, well, yes, we did it fine. But the other advantage of drawing 4 cards is we can pick one of these to keep. So here was our new upgraded card that lets us apply a random symbol. Here's a card that we can use to walk faster. Can only use it once, though. And then here is a card we could use to fight, though. That's pretty darn useful. I think right now, maybe fighting is better than a one-time use of support. I'm going to take Ruthless Attack. Discard the rest. All right, this is done. We were only allowed to use 2 cards for 1 success. That's fine. Okay, that goes into the past. Which I will just put over there. All right, so now the 81 comes out. Have I made any mistakes so far is the question. Okay, here's our 81 card. The ground of the plain in front of you seems to have been turned over. Human bones, bits of corroded armor, and the remains of war machines are littered here and there. The place is a veritable necropolis and was probably the scene of an ancient battle. Okay, there's the scene of the ancient battle. Now, we happen to know that there's a ballista under there that we could dig up to help defend our community. But I don't think we have time to do it. So, and we know these are safe ways to walk, but we think we have to go further south. So I'd be inclined to leave the ballista for later, although maybe, Jonathan, you could argue the opposite is true. Like maybe it doesn't take more turns to dig up the ballista, it just takes up more cards. And if we're playing on easy mode with full health, maybe we have plenty of cards to spend. On the other hand, our Citadel is not at risk, so let's not worry about it. Let me get out my little stickers and put them nearby. So I am open to digging up the ballista, but it feels like we're on a mission. I guess if we're role-playing it, and we do like to role-play this game, then we should pretend that we're on a time schedule, and so we don't really have time to dig up the ballista. Okay, so we've revealed this. We haven't walked onto it. So let's walk onto this now. Remember, walking takes one card, which we're going to draw one, and we can keep it. Turn flags into successes. That's great. We'll add that to our hand, and now we're walking down here. Let's just walk ourselves onto this little walkway. I forget what it's called. All right. Now, let's add the 2 exploration cards. One here and one here. Now we know it's... What were we told? Where were we told to try to find this guy? Somewhere near Raptorwood in the southern part of the mire. So we're still not into the mire yet. We're still, if you'll look, we're still here. We're right about here. We need to get to the southern part of the mire, which could be here or here, but we're here. So clearly we want to go further south. Jonathan says, the ballista count as a structure. Would it count towards our secondary objective? I think it was a defense boost. Yeah, it doesn't count as a structure because she said our secondary objective was buildings. So the ballista is not a building you can build, so it wouldn't count. So I don't think it's that helpful for us. So I think we continue down here. So I'm going to explore here. Ground shiver is 3, so it's free. Oh boy. It's a scary looking creature. It's a good thing we've got our fight. The mouth of a watcher is visible in the ground. You notice the burrower just in time, but it springs from its hole to grab you. Ooh, it's got ambush. We can't do anything about the ambush. That means we don't get to gear up for our first battle. All right. So 1 for 1 success. That seems very doable. If we fail, we take 2 wounds, but get to keep a card. Otherwise, if we succeed, we keep a card. It's this one that we're going to have trouble doing, but in both cases, we can use this to help us fight. Turn flags into successes. That's pretty good. Oh, only if we have a weapon. So actually on our first battle, that's not going to help us. But we do have resolution, which turns flags into successes. So I think this shouldn't be so hard, but for one, we need a success star by itself. I'm going to draw 3. If we miss it, it's not the end of the world. Okay. So that's already a success. This one we didn't need, but this one we would have failed. Okay, so we've got the success. 1 flag, so that was not have been useful for us. And I guess, though, we could have used this. Actually, we could have used this to use 2 cards. So probably, well, 3 cards. Okay, so anyway, we can only use 1 of these cards, but 1 is enough to get a success, which is all we needed. So we knock this down to the next row with a 3 on it. And we get the success, which is we get to keep 1 of these cards. So inspiration, we can take a card from the discard pile and add it to our hand. That's great. This needs a companion. We're not going to be taking that. We don't have a companion. Jack of all trades gets us a symbol. Both are pretty good, but I'd be inclined to take inspiration. Now we're at our maximum hand size. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll actually spend anticipation to shuffle reinforcement back into our deck, save some energy. And then anticipation goes away. And this can be in its spot. Better than throwing away the card, we'll just use it. Okay, now, next fight. We can use 2 cards to get 3 successes. If we fail this, we're going to take a 3 card. That's a very bad condition. It's confusion, or what is it? What is a 3 card? 3 card is injury. Okay, we don't want that. So we absolutely want to succeed. However, this lets us use 1 more card. So we're going to be able to use 3 cards to get 3 successes. And then if we get flags, we can turn these into a success. If we use a weapon, we can do this. So probably we should use a weapon. Let's see. If we use this one, it will automatically get us a success. I don't really need it, but maybe it's better to be safe than sorry. Okay, I'm going to use the hoe. Our hoe might get destroyed. Do we really need it? 3 cards to get 3 successes. That's not trivial. In fact, well, if we draw enough cards, though, it would be. You know what? Let's not use our hoe. It's got a 30% chance of going away. I'm not going to use it. Instead, I'm going to draw 4 cards. With 4 cards, surely we're going to get enough. Use 3 of them to get 3 successes. We have to. We can trigger this. We can't use this, but we can use that. We could get a card from our hand if we wanted to. No, we have to fight this guy. 4 cards, 3 successes. All right, I'm going to draw 5 cards. Surely we can do it with that. Okay, let's see. So we're going to be able to combine 3 cards to get 3 successes. Well, so far we're in trouble. All right, let's see. So this is not going to work for us. However, we have enough flags to do it. Okay, so all right, so we're only allowed to use, we're going to have to use drop your guard to, no, we're not going to have to use drop your guard. We're not going to increase the number of cards we have. We're just going to allow ourselves to use 2 cards, which is the base attack, 2 cards. So we only have 1 success. However, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 flags. So if we use resolution, for every 2 flags gives us a success. We can use it twice. So we're going to use this twice to generate our third star. And then we have to block this. Unfortunately, this is a very powerful card, Resolution, but it let us dodge a bullet, dodge an injury from this guy. Okay, so we drew all these 5 cards. Wow, even with 5 cards, we couldn't get. Just goes to show you, look at all these half success cards. All right, so we didn't use this, but we used Resolution. Okay, those all go into the discard pile, but we have killed this snake, this burrower, which now gets discarded into the path. That was a lot of effort to kill that thing. I guess those guys are bad. We might want to unblock that card. That was a very powerful card. All right, so 185 comes out. Looks like you have to step over narrow precipices in some places to reach the next plateau. Luckily, the vegetation is sparse enough not to hinder your movement. All right, well, we were here before. I can't remember what happened to us, but it seems like we should probably walk onto this place. We're searching for our guy. Boy, I mean, we're heading straight for him. I don't know if that's the wisest thing to do. All right, so that was the Explorer. Now we're going to move there. I'm going to move us over here. Remember, it sometimes matters where you stick your figure. So that costs 1 card to walk. We get to keep this. Generates 2 flags. That's great for us because those flags can be reused. All right, so shall we look at this tree? It seems like maybe this is where we want to go. It's in the south of the mire. Let me bring out exploration cards here. But I think we should check out this tree first, don't you? All right, let's go. We're going to look at this tree. Draw 1 card. We don't need any successes. So we could use the consider. Probably I should have done this first. Well, if we use a weapon, I'm going to get rid of Ruthless Attack. I don't think we need that yet. I don't know, actually. That's pretty good for flags. Maybe we'll just get rid of the consider. All right, let's get 227 out and see what's here. Does anyone remember what this 227 was? There's multiple 227s. Ashes from a campfire have been scattered by the wind and rain. Nearby, branches have been piled up and stones laid out as seats. The camp seems entirely abandoned. Come on, guys. We have to fight another tough guy? Oh my God. You're about to make a stop when a wild animal springs into view. Okay, so it's a red border, so we're forced to fight it. But because we're weak, the game is not forcing us to ambush and tough. So we just have to fight this guy as is. However, if we beat him, we get a 99, which is pretty good. But I don't love how much work we're going to have to put into this to beat this guy. We're quickly being reminded why we don't like going south. It's true. Well, we do like going south, but it's dangerous here. All right. So if we succeed in here, we drop down 2 dice, 2 spaces. We can skip this whole line, which would be nice, although it's not that hard to do it. But for success with 2, I don't know how we're supposed to do that. All right, let's not worry about it too much. Let's get out our weapons. Let's see what we got. Is this the time to use the smoke spitter? Ignore unsettling. We doesn't have setting, but we get 2 stars. And this projectile. That might let us do it. Or we could just get the 1. It's not the worst thing. We must draw 2 cards, though. 3. So we could pretty much guarantee we do this if we use both of these cards and the hoe. All right, let's just go ahead and do it. I'm going to try not to overthink this stuff. Surely with some time, more thought, we could more optimally do these fights, but rather than overthink it, let's just do it this way, and then we'll use these cards if we need to. All right, so we want to get, I'm going to draw 4 cards here. Ideally, we can get 3 hits and 1 and won't have to use any of these. Let's see. Okay, so we're only allowed to use 2 of these, except we could always use this to get more. We're allowed to use 2 of these. Okay, well, that's not what I was hoping for. So we're going to have 1 success, 2 success. We didn't get any flags, but we could use this and get, we could use this and this and get 3, 4. That would be one way to get 4. Or we could use this to use 3 of our cards, which gives us 1, 2, 3. We'd still have to use more here. So I think the only way to do it is to use these 2 cards. So we do have a weapon. So that's 1 success, 2 success, 2 flags, which we turn into 3, 4. Or we could just miss and take 2 wounds and hold on to all of our cards for this next battle. Let's just do this. Okay, so we're spending all of these cards to get ourselves 4 successes. But discard 1 card from our hand. So we actually have to discard another card from our hand, which would suck. You know what I'm going to do? I don't want to have to discard another card from our hand. All right, I'm just going to do it. I don't want to take too much time doing this. Okay, so we've got our 4 successes. I have to draw another card in addition to these 2 that we used. Actually, I see. I don't have to discard this one. Sorry. This one we used, so we have to discard. Now, this one we just used, but we don't have to discard this one when we used it. So we could discard another one and hold on to this, which is pretty useful. But maybe by itself, it's not as useful. So I am going to discard this, and now we've paid for it, and we've dropped down So we still take 1 wound. Oh, but I get to keep one of the cards we've drawn. All right. So where are the cards we've drawn? Improvise. I'm going to keep improvise. And we're going to take a wound, which brings us to 44. And we go down 2 die spaces, 2 rows, and now we're on this row. And this row, we are going to get a reward here, but we have to check if we've lost our hoe by rolling a 1 or a 2, and the hoe goes. Okay, we just lost it. That was pretty terrible. We could use our fortune teller hut to try to keep it, but we'd have to throw away a glimmer or use 2 health, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to get rid of it. That's pretty painful. All right, here we are. We need to beat this guy. If we fail, though, we're still not going to get injured. We'll just have to do it again. We can use this to combine 2 cards. We'll probably miss once, though. But then this could give us another card, so that probably would let us do it. But why don't we use inspiration rather than keep it for too long? Maybe we'll use inspiration to get ruthless attack. But we need a weapon if we're going to do that. That's not so good. Reinforcement is pretty good, though. Or in determination. Okay, let's just use inspiration to get determination instead of ruthless attack. All right, now we'll have a better chance of succeeding here. So 1 card to get 3 successes. Now this lets us get 2 cards. I need to shuffle this up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so to refresh, I need to lose 6 health, which brings us to 38. Okay. So I want 2 cards, and I want to get, if I can, 3 successes. I'm going to draw 2 more. Actually, I'm going to draw a total of 5, because I think with 5 we should be able to pull this off, hopefully without using determination. So we're going to be able to use 3 cards if we need to. Wow, we need better hands here, but okay. So if we use both of these to add 1, then we can use 3 cards, and there's our 3 successes, and we don't have to use determination. So that's what we're going to do. So these all get spent. We used improvise and we used drop your guard. Both have to be discarded. We have succeeded with 3, and now we get a 99 card and banish it, so we never have to face this again. And we got a 99, which is an upgrade, which is pretty wonderful. Oh, that was a lot of work, though. Okay, so we could use this right now if we wanted to do another upgrade, by the way. At any time, we can use this. So let's keep that in mind. Now, we can look at that tree again, right? That guy was from that tree. So I'm tempted to look there again. Shouldn't we use it right away to build another building? Well, I mean, we have to use it eventually. But we need to build buildings before the end of the scenario. Is there any advantage of us doing it before the end of the scenario, though? I mean, we could get the advantage of another building if there's something you want to build that does stuff for us. That's true. Should we take a moment to look at what buildings there are available? So there are one-cost buildings during the preparation phase. Most of these work during preparation phase, so they won't help us now. The smithy during the preparation phase, take a 190, which is a nice weapon. That would be good. And that's it. Okay, so there is only a handful of one-level buildings. They all trigger during preparation phase. So I'm not sure there's any benefit for us using those. Before the end of the mission, we're going to have built some more buildings. But I don't see any real advantage to doing that yet. I think we should look in this again. 227. I hope I don't regret this. But there is another 227. Ashes from a campfire have been scattered by the wind. The camp seems entirely abandoned. Please don't give me another monster to fight. Okay. Would not take much to get the campsite warmed up again, starting with a good fire. There's a whole bunch of mushrooms on each of these cards we're not allowed to use because we don't have a book teaching us how to use it. So we can start a fire, which would give us a glimmer. Right? The 49s are glimmers. So glimmers are good because we can turn them into upgrades. So why wouldn't we do this? For sure we're going to do this. Okay, so it was good we did that 27. So you could get lucky. You could do that 27. You could have looked at that tree and just gotten this. We got unlucky and got that boar creature. So let's go ahead and do this. Even if we fail, we get to keep a card. So let's draw, since we can use the cards, let's just draw 2. If we get a success, great. If we don't, we'll get to keep one and try again. Well, we did get a success. So we don't get to keep a card. I probably should have just drawn one card. I should have drawn one card. It's a little trick. It tricked me to make a bad mistake. I should have just drawn one card and we would get to keep it. Drawn another card, but okay, I drew 2 cards. We got a success. We don't get to keep either of them. That's my fault here, but we do get a 49 card, which is a glimmer of hope. We've got now 3 of them, 2 more, and we'll be able to upgrade. Not only that, but our hoe died, so our weight dropped down to 1. We need to get more items here. Okay, and we weren't exhausted, but we do choose 1 card in our discard pile to bring to our hand. So we can bring 1 more card out. That's a good card. Reinforcement's a good card. Run away. I think this improvise is a very good card, so let me keep that. All right, so we've created the campfire. We can come back here anytime we want. Now, wait a second. We could go grab another glimmer card? We can grab another glimmer card. Wait a minute. So if we grabbed another glimmer card, this feels like a bug. What am I missing here? Can't we just stand here? Can't we just stand here, do this action, get a glimmer, get 5 glimmers, turn them in, and then do it all again? Surely there's a bug here or something I'm missing. Oh, discard this. Thank you. There you go. Discard this. Okay. So we use the campfire once and then we lose it. Okay. All right. Otherwise we could have just sat there and got turned glimmers into Hope Reborns. All right. So that's done. Let's walk over here and do this. Now remember, we should also be looking for secret numbers, right? I don't see any. All right, let's deal with this and see if there's a monster here. Oh, dear Lord. It is dangerous down here. A bone shrub emerges from the bushes. This corrupted shrub collects bones, which it uses as both weapons and armor. Yikes. All right. Well, our book is not 6 or higher. This is what we learned before. Like having these values up means you can avoid these monsters. So maybe we want to bring our community scores up. It's a tough one. Tough one says during each result, ignore X successes taken into account. Okay, so you have to increase all of these successes by 1. All right, but it's pretty low success values, but we don't get any benefit from this guy, really. All right, well, let's just go fight him. There's no point in stressing over it. We don't want to use our smoke spitter weapon. 2 successes on 3 cards, but really 3 successes. And this is going to let us use more. All right, well, let's try. We can use 3 cards or 4 cards. We need 3 successes. All right, I'm going to draw 5. I'm going to try to do these quickly. Where's the, there, that's better. Okay, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. We drew 5 cards. We're allowed to use 3 of them. That would get us 3 successes. That's enough to kill it, right? He's tough, so 1 gets wasted, but the other 2 kill it. And I didn't need to use anything here. So what's our reward? We get to keep 1 of these cards. Which card do we want to keep? Here's a ruthless attack. Let's keep that. Oh, we need to have a weapon for that, though. How about this? This lets us draw 1 or 2 additional cards. That's pretty good. We could try to get our hands on a weapon soon. All right, so we got to keep a card. The die drops down to the next row, but we take a wound, which brings us to 37. All right, next attack, we need 2 cards to do 2 wounds. If we fail, it's not the end of the world. We do have these to increase our ability. In fact, that's a fairly strong one. But we're only allowed to use 2 cards to get 2 wounds. I think to make that, to avoid having to use these cards, 4 would be a safe bet. I'm trying to play it a little bit safe. Okay, so actually we only needed 2 on 2 cards, which we've succeeded. 1 for the toughness and 1 for our own death. We did not need to use any of these. We get to keep one of these. I guess it's kind of dangerous for us here. Otherwise, I would be inclined to take something fun like eloquence. But maybe we'd rather these still be in the deck. All right, I'm going to keep Jack of all trades. I throw these out. We take a wound down to 36. This drops down to 1 here. I'm trying to do this as fast as I can. All right, we need 2 successes. It's not the end of the world if we fail this. We must draw 4 cards, so it's sort of punishing us just by energy. So if I had taken this card, we'd be able to draw less, save our energy. Maybe I should have done that, but we won't worry about it. We'll draw 4 cards. 1, 2. Well, we already need to refresh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I feel like 31. Did I drop our health last time I refreshed? I'm not sure I did. I did now, though. All right, it probably won't make a difference for us because we're playing on an easier mode. Okay, so 4 cards. We need 2 successes from these 4 cards. It's sort of a no-brainer. Actually, oh yeah, well, we can combine all 4. So there's more successes than we need. We don't get any reward. We just get rid of this stupid thing. My God. That's just a lot of fighting we've had to do. All right. We fought it. Now we can bring out the card. Tall trees line a path beyond which lies a meadow with thorny shrubs and bush. All right. I did count out the cards. I just don't remember if I actually decreased the health counter. But we won't press it. All right, so here we are. We might be approaching the area where this guy is, but he may be further down this way. We have to go across here, though, surely. 2 is dangerous. 2 terrain is dangerous. All right, well, clearly we want to walk on here. What did it say? Tall trees line a path beyond which lies a meadow with thorny shrubs and bush. All right, we don't want to get stuck by those thorny shrubs. But let's walk ourselves over here, stay on the path. Did we look at this together? I'm not sure I showed you this. All right, so what have we got? We got a bird. In a previous mission, we had to find those birds. There's some weird thing here. Looks like there's a path that goes south. I guess that's where we want to go. That's the thorny bushes up here. I don't think we want to go there. There could be some good stuff in there hiding, but it feels like it's going to hurt us. So I think maybe we stay on this path and head south. All right, so let me walk over there, staying on the path. A1. We get to keep this if we wanted it. 2 flags, that's pretty good. That seems better than 1 random symbol, since most of our abilities use flags, so I'll keep that. All right, let me look over at this. Let's hope it's not a monster to fight. We spot a promontory, which should offer an excellent view of the surrounding area. If you'd rather go on your way, just discard this. Otherwise, we can do a compass test, or if we're weak, a 4 to 2. We don't want that. Once at the top, you spot a route that could save you time. Keep 2 cards, and each individual may move their figure to another terrain that is connected to your terrain by any uninterrupted series of terrain cards. Then you may discard a face down or face up exploration card adjacent to the terrain where you are and replace it with an adventure card that belongs there. So we're going to draw cards now, and we get to keep 2 of them if we succeed. If we fail, nothing happens. And this, if we succeed, we discard this. All right, so let's see if we can understand how this works. It's a little odd. So this sits here. It modifies this card. So if we want to do this test and we succeed, we can move to another terrain card that's connected to this one. So we could move ourselves all the way up here, all the way up anywhere if we wanted, including up here. Then we could discard a face-up exploration card and replace it with its number. Then we discard this. So we don't have any good reason to go anywhere else, right? Because we want to go south. So we could do this just to get cards in our hand, which we don't really need. Although I suppose we could get rid of this one just for our future sake. All right, but we got to pass this test first. So I'm going to draw 3 cards. We'll see if we can get 2 successes. If we need to, we'll use something else. But we need to go this way, so we got to get rid of this. All right, so this actually failed. We need 2 successes on... Oh, there's no chain. Sorry, there's no chain, so we can use all 3. So we actually succeeded, barely. God, there's most of this stuff is chains. It's hard to imagine when we get a case when it's not a chain. All right, we get to keep 2 of these cards. So fighting +1, companion, we don't need that. I think the cards we have are better, except perhaps for intuition. But these all seem better to me. So I'm going to throw out intuition. I'm not going to keep any cards. I'm going to use this to get rid of this. Oh my God, this was a good card. All right. Doesn't matter. We'll get it back. 108. I'm just going to use this to give us this above us. Pathwines between 2 hilly areas. Hostile flora. The Great Sea. Oh, this is the Great Sea with the boat we could get on. All right, so this goes out. To help us explore, and now we get rid of this. And 197 comes out. This has been a pretty brutal experience so far. All right, 197. Numerous tombstones overlook the mire. Strange to find them so far from civilization. Okay, we got a graveyard. It sounds like our guy is probably down south of here, don't you think? We're still in the mire. All right, so let me bring this out. We need a reminder of what our mission is. We're trying to find this guy, but we're also trying to do primary objective is to track down him. He's in near Raptorwood in the southern part of the mire. We have to build buildings and we have to do it quickly. Nothing has caused our objectives to go though. So far no time has passed, I guess. All right, now, once we get on here, it's going to cost us more to walk, but right now it won't. So I guess we're going to walk right onto here. There's no reason. We're certainly not going to go to these thorny bushes. So I'm just going to draw a card, walk on there. Fortitude. No, not worth keeping. All right, so here we are. We could examine the graveyard, or we could bring out new places in a new area 4, which is, I believe, dangerous for us. Let's see. Yes, okay, so let me point something out here. This is area 3. So area 4, which is here, I want you to see how expensive it is. We have a ground shiver of 3. That means to explore these areas, it costs us 7 cards. That's hugely expensive. So we're entering an area that we're not well equipped to handle, but I don't know how else to deal with it. I mean, I don't see we have an option, really. We need to go to the southern mire. You can see there's a river here on the southern mire. So we may have to cross this river here. So I guess we should explore this graveyard while we're here, don't you think? Let's do it. Let's draw 0, so 177. Let's just check out this graveyard. I believe we met the gravedigger here. Of course, remember, it could be at any point we could have scenario-specific stuff. You stroll through the cemetery, surprised to discover it relatively well preserved. It's rare to find them untouched by the necro-druids. Jonathan says, I didn't move onto the tile, I just explored it. No, I did. I did move onto it. I did move onto it. I drew a card and I threw it out. Okay. Who used to steal corpses from graves, enabling their master to shape their monstrosities. You notice a curious detail. The same family name is engraved on many of the headstones. Yeah, we met this guy before. A voice startles you. A man about 40 cycles old emerges suddenly from among the gravestones. All right, so we're going to talk to him. I don't see anything else on the gravestones. So this attaches there. We met this guy. I can't remember if we did his side quest, though. Okay. So let's read his dialogue, though. 0, 0, and 275. He says, have you come here to visit a lost one? No, no, don't be afraid. I'm Gyron, the keeper of these graves. I wager you weren't expecting to find a cemetery in such a remote place, but Burial is an old custom, almost forgotten today, except for nobles like us who still practice it. Restoring this very old and forgotten cemetery cost my grandfather a lot of work and tears. Yes, many tears. It was no easy task to transport the bodies of our family, decimated when the burrowers caused the ground to swallow Valengard. Grandfather told me many stories about that time that will stay with me forever. And as he and my father are buried here, I will maintain the family necropolis to keep it safe from the necro druids and their cursed plants. If both your blank and blank defense and prestige are 10 or higher, read 240. Otherwise, return the dialogue. Okay, so we are nowhere near that, but we can make a note, a to-do list. Did we come back here, Jonathan, in our first playthrough? Return to South Cemetery when the crown and defense are bigger than 10. Bigger or equal to 10. Okay, I'll just put that in our to-do list. But we certainly are not in any position to help this guy now. Can't remember if we did this, if we achieved this in our last playthrough. All right, so we've looked in there. He stays attached. Now we've got two choices. Both of these are very expensive. So we need to be making good decisions now. Jonathan, where shall we go? Jonathan took us down this way before, and then we had to abort. We were trying to find a good path around this area, but now we're headed here. Kind of feels to me like we should just head due south. But I don't know what's over here. Directly south, says Jonathan. Okay, so we're going to do this. This cost us 7 cards. So we should start looking for cards that let us decrease the cost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's so much energy just to explore it. We don't even get to keep these. We don't even know point looking. So here you can see where if you built a reflex deck, maybe having some of these cards with special abilities would be nice. But yikes. Now I'm a little concerned about how the game told us to take those objectives, but it hasn't told us anything we do with them, huh? All right, 7 cards it cost us, an incredible amount of health. They just get thrown away just so we can flip this card. All right, so we recognize this. It's a source of arcane energy. Pretty great. If you have the Alembic of Valengard card, take a 550, which we don't. And while this is out, it gives us arcane energy to the nearby places. Isn't useful for us currently, but we can take a 349 and discard it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 349 to discard this. And a 349 is the arcane energy. We right now don't have anything that can use this, so this doesn't really help us. However, it doesn't go into our hand. It's just in our supply, so that's good. All right, and then we discard this card, and we bring out 137. Hopefully we're going to find our guy soon. The part of the mire to the south of the crossing river seems to have been dried out by the burrowers' holes. All right, at least we know we're going in the right direction. All right, so we got this far before, but not much further. The moment we step on this, we have to do this action. All right, so let's put this out. It's a 4 to explore and a 6 to explore. So the 4 to explore is there. And then the 6 to explore. How expensive is that? 10 cards. It costs 10 cards to explore south. That's insanity. What are we doing so far south? It doesn't feel like we're ready for this. Pretty confusing, actually, that it's sending us somewhere that it doesn't feel like we're ready for. I'm a little bit confused about that. I'm also excited to be going someplace new. I just don't know why our ground shiver is not strong enough for it if they want us to go down here. But maybe he's going to be able to increase our ground shiver. All right, so now we're going to walk on here. This is a +2 for walking. So normally we would draw 1 card to walk. But now we have to draw 3, and this makes me refresh health again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 6 more health brings us to 25. Boy, our health is not so good. We're at 25 health now, down from 45. Wow, this feels rough. Well, maybe our first scenario here would be a little more gentle. All right, so let's just walk here and then we'll take a break. So we must draw 3 cards to walk. So there's our 3. We're going to be able to keep one of these if we want it. We really should be looking for a card that lets us decrease the cost of things. This lets us decrease the cost of this. Keep a card. Top 5 cards, put them back, and then block this. I mean, I think I like the cards we have best, so I'm just going to throw this out. And that gets us walking here. The next thing we have to do is this action. We'll do that when we come back from break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back, 7 viewers, 5 likes, but Jonathan Warner is still here with me. Jonathan says, I think we want to start heading east. We're looking for someplace referred to as Rotwood, so I don't think we want to head into the desert, but I'm hoping maybe we're in Rotwoods and this required action will be finding him. It's not, just to clarify one thing, it's not Rotwoods. Let's take a look again. It's Raptorwood in the southern part of the mire. And then, should we look? Is there any other clue about it? She says, Hamlet was hit not far from the ancient city of Stoneheap. Ambrosius suggested we go to the Citadel to shelter. He had a sharp mind, he detected. He made a detour to Raptorwood to seek out the components. So yes, it may be that this item here, if we're lucky, that this thing here is Raptorwoods. Now, look what she said, though. She said they come from the city of Stoneheap. So they're here. They came up to us from Stoneheap. He made a detour. If he made a detour, that does sound like that detour could be here. So this might be what we're aiming for, or here even. Canyon of Regrets. We don't want that. But if they came from Stoneheap and came up to visit us, then a detour would seem to put it here. This kind of looks like Raptor Woods, maybe. So cross the sea and then don't go past this eternal river. All right. But we must do this first. We must spend 2 cards. We don't have anything to do with these. Doesn't matter. We don't get to keep them. 193. Let's see if this is related to our mission. No, it's not. Just a generic 193. The going is tough. At first, the swamp only came up to your ankles, but now it's licking your thighs and sometimes even your chest when you have the misfortune to stumble into a hole in the brackish water. All right, so this attaches. Walking through the mud gradually drains you of your energy. Soaked and crusty with mud, you wish you could rest, if only for a moment, but swarms of angry insects change your mind. If you want to ignore the following effect, you must return 1 Glimmer of Hope card or 1 card with the keyword blessing. So what is this saying? It's saying this attaches to this. And if we want to walk from here somewhere else, we'll have to throw away 3 extra cards or take an exhausted, which we certainly wouldn't. So it's going to cost us 3 more to walk. Unless we want to ignore the effect. So no matter what, this just stays out there. What are we going to throw away a glimmer just to do 1 walk? Oh no, it's a walk or an explore. That's going to make the walk more expensive. So we wanted to explore both of these. 3 extra cards, 3 extra cards, 3 extra cards to walk, 3 extra cards to walk. That could end up costing us a lot of extra cards. But we don't even get to get rid of this with a glimmer. We just ignore it once. That is insanity. Wow. This is a really tricky mission already down into the south. Okay, and no Nothing to do about it, huh? No secret numbers on this card. Get rid of it. Swarms of angry insects. All right, well, that's weird. That just seems brutal. All right. Well, where do we think we need to go, Jonathan? South or east? Feels like we want to go both places. But we got to get out of here. East, says Jonathan. All right, we're going to do this. It's going to cost us 7 cards plus 3. 10 cards. That's just insane. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's... How do you do this on normal life? All right, well, there's nothing else for us to do but do this. All right, 10 cards. 7 plus 3. Just to get rid of this. Oh my God. Guys, come on. This is too hard. Drowners. These plant creatures spread their fronds near water sources to drag their prey into the water and drown them. It's got evasive too. Evasive is during each draw step, for every 3 cards you draw, lose 2 extra cards. Every time we draw 3 cards, we're going to lose 2 extra cards. That's just insane. Yeah. So let's take a look at this. If we succeed this first time, we bypass this nonsense where we have to draw 6 cards. So we'd like to do that, right? We really want to succeed on this first shot. But it's got evasive too. So if we can pull this off without drawing 3 cards, we don't have to waste more, right? Evasive for every 3 cards you draw. So if we only drew 2 cards, there'd be no penalty. And then we could use this to get an extra success. But we can only use 1 of the cards. That would still give us only 2 successes. This would let us use 2 of the cards. I don't see a good way for us to avoid drawing 3 cards. I really think we're going to need them. Although maybe this is the time to use this for 2 victory. I don't feel like it. I feel like if you can do it, well, we could lose. But we could use this to get an extra victory and draw 2 less. Doesn't really help us though. I think we're gonna... Boy, we're running low on cards. I just draw 2. We use this and this to use both of these. We still have to get pretty lucky. Oh, it's too hard. If we lose it, if we lose this, we drop down and have to deal with this, which is disastrous. All right. I think we are going to I'd rather not have to use all these. Okay, well, gonna reset these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm refreshing our energy at a cost of 5. We're now down to 20. This is brutal. Are we doing something wrong? Do we have to fight this right away? Or could we go north to avoid it? Well, you're absolutely right. We do not have to fight this. This is not a required fight. So I've paid for this. Let me just stick these on top. Okay, so you're absolutely right. I have revealed this here. We do not have to fight this now. We could instead go north and then east and then hope we could circle around it. Is that what you want to try to do? It's an interesting idea. All right, let's try to do that. It would cost us normally 1 to go north, but we have to pay 3 extra for this. So that costs us 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not quite that it costs us 4, right? It's actually, we don't draw 4 and get to keep 1. We're walking with 1 and we get to keep this if we want it, which we don't. And then we have to pay 3 cards. All right, now we're up here. Now we'll do this. This costs us 7, Jonathan. It's costing us a lot to go around this. 7 cards. All right, it's too late. We've done it. Let's play our 7 cards. And then 2 more to walk. I'm not sure this was the right thing to do. And we're missing a 151. I don't think this is... If we think we have to come back around, then this is not the way to go. And what if we have to come back here again? All right, it's too late. We've done it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, this is here. In the middle of a stream, rodents have made a pile of branches and garbage. One of them scurries away when it sees you. You think you recognize the cover of a book among the debris that makes up their habitat. You'd rather go on your way, discard this. So we can draw 5 cards to get the book. It's very exhausting, but we would get a book. I mean, a book is a good thing. All right. Well, we are going to run out of energy and fail to find this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have to draw 5 cards. We don't have anything that lets us draw less. 5 cards and 1 success. Okay, well, obviously we've got our 1 success. So we swam, but we have to now test our luck, which is a 13 card. See, if it's on our side, we get a book. If not, we return to shore and get a 151 instead. All right, let's see what we got here. Luck is on our side. Okay, that's nice. So we did get a book. I don't know if we can afford this book, but we have gotten a book. A 449 book. It's actually one of the big books. So actually, that's pretty cool. All right, let's see what book we got. I mean, a big double-sided book. That seems like it might be worth it, but oh, I don't know. All right, here we go. There's our book. What did we get? What book did we get? Discard this. We won't go down to the woods anymore. Well, that's where we're going, down to the woods. How easy it is to blame fate or bad luck for the disaster we are experiencing today. This seems very appropriate for us. It is arrogance, corruption, and incompetence to have thrown us into this. If we had the choice, we would have done without Kel's support. Must a companion twist your arm to get something from you? Better a sworn enemy than such a friend who, let us remember, triggered the series of fateful events that led us to the Worm Master. And just what does this master want? To control this world, even if it means destroying it to do so. Curse him, his cohort of indoctrinated minions, and their rampant monstrosities. The Plans and Mechanisms Guild could have worked to produce some machine to identify the Worm Master's hideout and thus put a quick end to the conflict, you bet. Its members, too busy perorating or scribbling on table corners, have not come up with a single invention in 50 cycles. This is an entry in the glossary we could read. And where were the mages of Gattle Rock, once so quick to pick a quarrel when the world was crumbling beneath their feet, safe in their floating city, sipping a potion and reading a good grimoire? And praise be to the Necro Druids for having, with the support of the purveyors, enslaved many honest citizens and made our green forests more dangerous than the sinister foundations. All right, so let's finish the book and then we'll look up some of these. The least we can say is that the author of this pamphlet had a lot on his mind. Immediately after this is revealed, plus 2 books, every time a text mentions Necro Druids, Burrowers, or the Worm Master, take a 151. That's pretty cool. It's hard to remember though. 151 is a blessing. So every time we hear about Necro Druids, Burrowers, or Worm Master, take a 151. And we increased our community book by 2. I mean, that's pretty cool. That was a fun thing. All right, so we got 2 more book knowledge. The more book knowledge, maybe the more we can bypass some of these fights, which would be nice. All right, the books are fun. We love the books. All right, 2 more books. And we need to remember that we need to be keeping our eye open for any mention of Necro Druid, Burrower, or Worm Master. All right, and we did in this book learn about a couple new concepts: the Purveyors and the Plans and Mechanisms Guild. So what does it say about the Purveyors? Mysterious group that engaged in various dubious activities, including supplying the Citadels with slave gardeners during the War of the Worms. For dozens of cycles, Kel has turned a blind eye to the kidnappings and other abuses the purveyors have committed to achieve their ends. What has happened to them since the reversal is unknown. All right, so now that we've read that, we've actually got a new benefit. When our book score is 10 or higher, read 521. So I'm going to put that on our little to-do list. Okay. And then we've learned about the guild, the Plans and Mechanisms Guild. A guild of engineers focused on blueprinting and theoretical experimentation, which made no significant contribution in the fight against the burrowers. It's mysteriously supplanted the old Machinists Guild. That's the Plans and Mechanisms. And the Machinist Guild is here. Old engineering guild that was responsible for many inventions, including the plank straightening machine and the grenade, a weapon that shoots cherry pits. The guild was inexplicably disbanded by Kel during the War of the Worms and replaced by the Plans and Mechanisms Guild, which was more concerned with theoretical work. All right, pretty cool. That's not a trivial book, especially a good book to get early, right? It's a good book to get early. Okay, that was this we just did. So we don't get a 151 because of that, because we succeeded in that. All right, and we bring out card 96. All right, that was kind of fun, but I don't know about this, Jonathan. In fact, I have my real doubts that we were wise coming up here, because God help us if we need to go back down there again. God help us if we need to come back down here again, because I don't think we have the energy for it. So I just got to hope that Jonathan's instinct was right, that we don't need to go down here. Here's our 96. This is where the crossing river leaves the Great Sea to join the Black Ocean much further west. At the edge of the swamp, the chimney of a rickety shack belches out smoke. Okay, this is unfortunate because... Oh, no, we can go south from here. Okay, we know this woman. We know the woman who's in this shack. She wants a pot. She's not much help until we find that pot, I think. So let's put this out. So bad news. Here's the bad news. This is not helping us bypass this, right? In fact, we're going to have to deal with this now this way. On the other hand, I guess one advantage of this is if we ever have to go down here again, it looks like maybe we can go this way instead of having to go onto this space, which seems so dangerous. So let's walk over here for 3. 1. We're about to run out of energy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna have to start not. I'm gonna have to start not doing my abbreviation. We're now down to 15. Like we are approaching the time when we have to run away. Does she mention worms, necro druids, etc.? Well, I don't know. But I do know that we are running out of energy and we have to get home. So we are not in great shape here. All right, so we had to draw 2 extra cards to walk. We get to keep one of these. Do any of these let us spend less? No. Weapon for fighting, ruthless attack. I still think we're better off keeping... Although we can't use this for anything without a weapon. All right, I'm going to swap. Is a flail a weapon? No. Is a smoke spitter a weapon? No. So we don't have a weapon to use this on. We do have a potion of vigor. We may need to eat this soon. 10 life points. Okay, that's going to be useful. We're going to be eating this very soon. And in fact, we might need to use our Hope Reborn. No, that's just... Oh, yeah. And all other Hope Reborns for 10 life. Oh, boy. Okay, so we might need to think about... We might want to eat this right now. Because we... Remember this whole gimmick, Jonathan? If you have a bunch of Hope Reborns, you have to throw all of them away to lose 10 life points. Oh, but you could always use them first. We could always use them first, but okay. So we walk over to this space and we get to keep one of these cards. And I was saying we don't have a weapon. But then what good is this if we don't have a weapon to use it with? I'm going to throw away authority and keep this card, which allows us to keep a card that we draw anytime if we like it. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, what do you want to do? I mean, I don't think we have time to mess around. We can wait, but we're going to have to eat this soon for 10. I just wonder if... I mean, it's possible she tells us about other stuff. Any reason not to use Potion of Vigor? The only reason not to use it is if we think we might not need to use it. But it sure sounds... And it's a cure. What if she wants a cure? Okay, I'll tell you what. It only costs 1 to talk to her. We should talk to her if we're still in the exploring stage. So I'm going to throw away 1 card. We don't get to keep it. We're going to talk to this woman. We also have to remember that some of these cards might be specialized for our scenario. The hut consists of a single room cluttered with shelves that house pots and jars gleaming in the daylight, which filters through a disjointed boards in the wall. Beside a stepladder, hundreds of small, carefully labeled drawers reach up to the ceiling where herbs and flowers are drying. Okay. You scared me half to death, exclaims an old woman. Welcome to my palace. Feel free to take a look out the window. The view is magnificent. You can even see the roofs of Kel on a clear day. So it's a little... We know that Kel is this way, across the ocean. And now, for no cost, she's going to allow us to read 128. Okay, let's read 128. I'm pretty sure she's got some great pot that we'd love to have that we could never get out of her last time we played. Okay, let's see what she says. She says, "You're probably wondering what a mad old crab like me is doing in a shack in the middle of nowhere. Followed my father, of course. He was a druid celebrated for his talents. He hid from the world so as not to compromise himself with the dark magic of the necro druids. Stain the sanctity of nature is a monstrosity, he always fought. In the tradition of his order, he taught me everything he knew about plants. Unfortunately, the cauldron I use to mix my potions and remedies is cracked. There are many mixtures I can no longer make without it. If you would rather resume your journey, return the dialogue book. Otherwise, I'm not even sure we're supposed to be reading this, but otherwise we have to try to make her a pot. 2 and succeed at 5. Or if we had a cooking pot, we could discard it. And we would make her a new cauldron. So 2 and 5, we have no way to achieve that, really, even if we use our special stuff. So we have to come back with a pot. That's really the only way. I mean, it could be done without a pot with enough extra successes, but it's really not for us now. Maybe if you were playing that rule strictly, it sounds like maybe you had to decide that before even looking at the cost, and then it would force you. But we've seen it before, so I think it's okay. However, we are now back in our same situation where the only thing for us to do is fight this. Jonathan says, we just heard that woman talk about necro druids. 128. She absolutely mentioned necro druids. She absolutely mentioned necro druids. You may take a 151. All right, great work, Jonathan. You're paying for what you made us walk up here to get. All right, there's only one 151 card, but look what it is. You are unleashed. Your fatigue is turned into intense anger. At any time, you may choose to return this to get rid of an exhausted card. And it gives us strength and ignore unsettling. And it's a blessing. So every time we hear about them, we get a 151, unless there's no more. And that's all that 151s are. That's all it is. It's unleashed. So now we know what a 151 is. A temporary blessing to be unleashed with strength, which doesn't really help us. However, we can use it to get rid of exhausted. All right, so we now have that. All right, good catch, Jonathan. However, we must face this now. All right, let's do what Jonathan said. Let's eat this because before we lose it. I mean, it is a cure, though. What if we find someone who needs a cure? All right, we'll hold on to it a little bit longer since we don't need to. But we have to fight this. It's the only thing to do now. And it's got evasive, too, but we could prepare for it. This woman is here. I'll put her out since we're going to want to take a photo of her. All right, well, we have to do this and we have to succeed on this first thing. Evasive 2, that means if we draw 3 cards. All right, so if I draw 3 cards, then I've got to throw away 2. If I draw 2 cards, I don't. But what if we fail? Then we lose 4 cards and we only go down 1. We really don't want that. So I think we're going to draw 3 cards. Although this one let us draw an additional 1. This will get a success. This will let us use 2 of those cards. So 2 of those cards to get 2 successes. That's not enough. All right, I'm going to draw 4 cards. We're going to have to throw away 2 because of evasive. With 4 cards, we need to get 2 stars. And if we had to, we could still do this. But what if we use this? Yeah, I think that's the thing to do. Okay, there's the 2 cards. There's the cards we drew. 4 cards. We need 3 successes. So it's good we drew all 4. 1, 2 successes. We have to use this to let us draw an extra, use an extra card. So we can use 2 cards instead of 1. And then we're going to use this to give us 3 successes. That's a success here. We've done 3 damage. We get to keep one of these cards, which lets us run as far as we want for free, almost. That's pretty good. Let's keep that. Although inspiration is even better. Let's keep inspiration. And then I think we're going to use I guess that doesn't work. All right, let's keep that one. And then the die goes down 2, and now it's over here. It's not a forced test, so we could do something else. I'm going to spend inspiration to go back and get determination, since that's so useful. Wouldn't mind getting improvise back too. In fact, I wonder if improvise isn't more important. No. All right, well, here we are. Not only that, but we already have a 151. So can we use this? Because we're going to get it back. No, there's no real 3. This does not help us. That's a shame. All right, well, we have to succeed here. We need 3 successes on 2 cards. That's going to be very hard for us. How are we going to do that? These get discarded here. How are we going to do that? We're going to have to use a weapon of sorts, aren't we? Okay, here we go. We're going to use our flail and our blessing. Where's that blessing card? That's what we're going to do. We're going to use a flail to fight, and we're going to use our blessing to give us 3 fists, which we're going to convert into a star. That's what we're going to do. So this is going to give us 1 star. This is going to give us a star. That's 2. Then we only need to get 2 more on our drawn 2 cards. And this will let us draw more. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We draw 4. Then because of evasive, I have to spend 2. I think maybe we should actually draw 5. And I'm going to spend 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I'm going to refresh 4. We are now down to 11 health. In order to refresh our hand and pay for evasive, Okay, so there's evasive paid for. We've declared that we're using flail. We don't have to declare we're using this yet, I guess. But since we're going to get it back, we're almost sure we are. Okay, and here are our 4 cards. We can only use 2 of these. Okay, thank God we got 2 successes on 2 of these. All right, so 2 successes, but actually we're going to trigger this and this because we have 3 symbols. We actually just barely got an extra 3. So we have 6 symbols, so we can use this for 2. So 2 stars plus 2 stars is 4 stars. We don't have to use this. So that was why that's why we drew so many cards, and it actually all worked out to our benefit. So we got our 4 successes, 2 here, and then 2 through our flail. That flail really came in handy, combined with blessing. So actually we did that quite well, using up our blessing because now we get it back. So the blessing would get returned when we used it, and now we got it right back. All right, I think we did that about as well as we could have done. That card gone away. That was brutal. Now we have to see if we lose the flail. A 1 or a 2, we're going to lose it. Okay, it's a 5, so thank God we didn't lose it because we really can't afford it. That flail works really well with Unleashed. Okay, back into our hand. Boy, that was a lot of work to get rid of this. Let's see if hopefully we get something good out of this. Really feels like something's gone wrong with this scenario, though, to me. We still haven't found our people. All right, on a promontory, fat plants covered with prickles border several paths. There's nothing natural about this vegetation. I feel like we've been here before. This is just brutal. Those are the plants that hurt us. I don't want to go and mess with them. On the other hand, up here is where we can see stuff, but I don't see the woods where this guy lives. Could look out over the ocean at Kel. That's surely not where he is, though. I can't help but feel like something gone wrong. Have I missed getting a card that I was supposed to get? Doesn't look like it. All right, well, let's just keep playing. All right, maybe we should eat our potion of vitality. I'm going to go ahead and eat it because I just don't, potion of vigor, I just don't see how we, well, it's not true. We could survive without it if someone else needed a cure and we had to run home. We could eat our glimmers instead. All right. Well, we've uncovered this. Surely we're going to walk onto it now. That costs us 2 cards. We can keep one of them. This one lets us choose a card from our discard. This one lets us do a long walk cheaply, which could allow us to get home, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not the worst. I think we should keep inspiration. And let me see if we want to use it right now to get some weapon. We could get the thing that lets us run away from a fight. That's tempting. Do we want to be able to run away from a fight? Is that better than actually fighting? I suppose we can just wait till we need it and use it. All right, well, here we are. What do you want to do? Do you want to go up onto the promontory? Or should we be focusing on finding our guy wherever he is? Brutal. All right, at least the level 5s are cheap for us. No, they're not. But 2s are. Where do you think, Jonathan? I think the river's going to curve this way, so like I don't think. Tom says let's explore the level 2. Okay, let's explore the level 2, which is free. Okay. Oh, we've never seen this creature before. Another fight. Oh my god. But he's not a forced fight. A rustling sound testifies to the presence of carmelians, corrupted by the necro-druidic vegetation. Best beware their hypnotic gaze and acidic saliva. If a character on the active player's train has a mirror card, reptiles renounce their quarrel with you. Okay, we don't have a mirror though. He's evasive. That means he's hard to fight. However, it doesn't have a chain, so we could just draw 5 cards, probably beat him. Then we'd have to draw 3 or 4 cards, and all we get is a 151, which we already have. So we're not forced to do this, but if we want to go east, we have to do this. The question is, do we want to go east and deal with that guy? The other thing we could do is we could use inspiration to go get this card and then use this card to try to run away. We can use this to get rid of the Carmelian, but it could cost us some life. I'm not sure that's worth it. Not sure that's worth it for someone we can beat. But we could get stuff to let us beat him. We could use this. We could use this just to get extra life, this inspiration. Or we could use it to be better fighters. That's a pretty good card. I don't know if this guy is worth fighting. I don't know if we want to go this way. Feels to me like we got to go this way. Hmm. All right, I think he might be down here, the person we're looking for. So I think we should explore this before we mess with this. All right, 7 cards. Wow. 5, 6, 7. Just insane. Oh my God, really? You hear a muffled scream, soon discover a woman held against a tree trunk by twisted branches. The unfortunate woman appears to be exhausted after struggling in vain. The bones at her feet leave little doubt as to her fate. You think you can save her from this trap, provided you approach without alerting the tree. All right. Well, it's a 2 and a 3. We could absolutely achieve this with our cards. Jonathan says, we're ruthless. We need to go on our way. Well, I think we're ruthless when it comes to things that are very hard to do, but this is actually pretty easy for us. And it gets us a 49, which is a glimmer, which is what we want. So I think we should do this. Because why not? Because we can do it easily. Also, if we don't do it, oh no, if we do it, we don't do it, just banish it. But we can do this. We've got a success. We've got to draw extra card. And so I think this is fairly easy for us. 1, 2. But we have to refresh our health again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 more health. Wow, I don't remember us ever being this low on health. And we haven't even found this guy. This is insanity. This is just insanity, this mission. The first mission, it's just brutal. All right, but I think we can achieve this. So if I draw, we need 3 successes. This is going to get us 1. This lets us draw some more if we need it. So we would need 2 successes. All right, I'm going to draw 4 cards. Surely that's going to be enough. All right, that's pretty terrible. This is going to not work. This is 1 success, 2 success. That doesn't get us 3 successes. We could have used this if I was paying attention. All right, so that's going to be a failure, except that we can use this to draw 1 or 2 cards and reveal them, and that's what we're going to do. We need a full star on this. Wow, that's not it? Oh my God, thank God we got it. That's insane. Look how hard that was to do. So that's because we had no way to turn flags into successes. Okay, we got 2 stars on 2 cards, plus this gives us our 3rd card, and we had to use this. Look at what we had to use to save this woman. Shouldn't have done it. Should have been ruthless. My God. All right. We are effed. But we did get a glimmer of hope, which is what we're going to be using to do an upgrade, I hope. And a 62. What is a 62 card? I don't remember. Thank you for your help. Now I can get back on the road to Kel. I hope to get a job at the dispensary. I run a community in the ancient citadel of Ninadaz. Oh, we say, I run a community in the ancient citadel of Ninadazar. Your knowledge would be invaluable to us. Why not? After all, it doesn't matter where I work as long as I can heal people. Whoa, look who we got. We got a helper. In fact, we got a helper that we've never had before, Inail, a companion, a scholar. She can turn flags into successes when we do these actions. And she lets us generate arcane, which is pretty good. Yeah, can you heal us, please? All right, well, that's pretty good to have a companion. So that was probably worth it. We'll have her permanently. And we banish this. All right. So that was this card. So 231 comes out. Boy, if we don't find our guys soon, we are in a lot of trouble. Still haven't found any scenario-specific cards. A trail forks, one side continuing across the plateau, the other following the shoulder of a hill to its summit, where large thorny plants grow. We do not want thorny plants. Please leave us alone. Dear Lord, how are we going to find this guy? This does not look like the forest where this guy is supposed to be. All right, well, we have 6 health. It's time to drink our potion of vigor. What are we missing? What if the guy is like here? Is that possible? Like, in these woods? Is this the South Mire? Is he like right here? I thought that was the thorny plants, but is this the woods where he lives? Like, are we way beyond where we should be? Let's drink our vigor. While we have a chance, we're going to eat to get 10 life. It would be nice if we were exhausted, though. All right, doesn't matter. We're going to eat this. Discard this. Discard the potion to get 10 life back. Okay, now we're at 16. And we could eat the glimmers. No, the glimmers don't give us life. 3, 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We almost have enough glimmer to get an upgrade. We do have 1 Hope Reborn. That would give us 1 upgrade, but we think we need this to build buildings. But I would kind of like to survive. Hmm. I want to find this guy who took a diversion to Raptorwood. Where are we? They came from Stoneheap to our village. He took a diversion. South Mire. South Mire. Does that mean here or does that mean here? Like, is this the mire too? Or is only this the mire and we should be here? I mean, if this is the mire and we should be here, that's one thing. It almost suggests it's this. Just gonna peek at this 261 and see if it's scenario specific. No, it's not. But if it's here, then it's still viable that he's where the chameleon is, or here. Oh, Jonathan wants to fight that chameleon. All right, well, we got to take a break first. Boy, this scenario is punishing. All right, well, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Boy, this is a tough scenario here. Jonathan wants us to fight this chameleon who we've never seen before. And is going to be expensive to fight. I have my doubts. I mean, there is a way we can go ahead right down here since we've already explored this for cheap. And then get a look at what's here. Now, did we already take care of this thing? Or should there be a 5 here? That's the question. We must not have taken care of it. So there has to be a 5 here. All right, now. But Jonathan did give me an idea, which is that we took photos of our last playthrough. And in fact, I have them here. And we actually explored this area a little bit. So let's take a look. Not too far, but there's our old woman. And you can see that we actually have explored where the chameleon is and the space below it and the space below that. That's these 3 places here. So where the chameleon is a tower that's rotted out and a whole bunch of trees. So I wonder if these 2 places here in the center of your screen could be the Raptor Woods where he went. It's certainly possible. It's also possible, however, that this is where the chameleon is. That could be where the guy went. Or down here, I mean, there are woods and trees. There is actually a wood tree here, though, that's easy for us to get to. Now, there's also some strange buildings here down below a little bit further. However, this is the most important thing to look at because I think this tells us that we shouldn't try to go down here. This is some scary holes and danger. So it doesn't seem like much reason for us to go this way. But this could be useful, this could be useful, this could be useful. 1, 2, 3, and 4 down here is also looks promising on the map. So what do you think, Jonathan? This is where the chameleon is. This place we can walk to. Whether we can walk to here would involve looking at a new card. Now, what about this thing here? Do we want to get ourselves to here? We don't have a bad reputation. We've got someone to talk to. So that sounds like we might want to go there too. Could that be our guy? We don't know. All right, but maybe I feel a little bit better about the direction we're going. Like I feel a little more positive about the possibility that our guy is... I feel a little more positive about the idea that our guy is in one of these 3 places. Those look like South Meyer Raptorwood. So the question is, do we fight the chameleon or should we... We're here. Do we fight the chameleon and walk down or do we head this way? Sort of depends where you think he is. If you think he's here, we should fight the chameleon. I mean, there are some cool things there we might want to check out. But if you think the guy is here, then maybe we should bypass the chameleon. All right, let's bypass the chameleon, and we'll circle back up through him if we need to. Okay, so before we do that, however, I think we should use our inspiration to grab one of our favorite cards, Determination, which is an instant success. So let me just go fetch that before we get ourselves into trouble. All right, let's walk down. Well, before we walk down here, do we want to look here? Maybe not. I mean, except if that's our guy. No, he's in the woods. Let's not mess around. Let's not mess around here. Let's not mess around here. We don't have enough time. Let's find our guy first. So I'm going to walk here. Only costs one card, and we get to take it into our hand. Look at the top 3 cards of the action deck. Put them together in any order. Okay, so that's a good card. All right, now this is where we kind of want to go, right? So let's trigger this. This costs us 7 cards to do, though. All right, but it has to be done, I think. 7 cards. 5, 6, 7. It's just so deadly. All right. Hopefully it's not something we have to spend money for. That high-pitched croak tells you nothing useful. As you feared, you're blocked by crystal tords, too numerous to face alone. So we can either... We don't have a sack of grain or a gambler's bone. So we have to try to beat them. We don't have any music to play, so we can't do that. So we have to get 3 successes and give the tords a gift. Oh, we do not have the money for this. We don't have the energy for this. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. It's not a forced action. So let's start by looking at the top 3 cards of our action deck. Put them back on the top or the bottom in any order. This is not going to help us if we're going to draw more than 3 cards because I need to reshuffle soon. Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll reshuffle now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we have to spend 5 health to put these back in our deck. Okay, so now I'm going to use this to try to minimize how many cards we have to draw here. Am I using this when I shouldn't? Yes, I probably am. Maybe we need to save this for more important thing. All right, so if we draw 1, 2, 3, 4, we can use all of these. And it's for giving gifts. We don't have anything that helps us. Surely that's enough, though. 4 cards for 3 successes, but we really only need 2 successes. All right. So 1, 2, 3 successes. We don't have to use this. We succeeded. Move peacefully towards the torch. Take a 171 and discard this. All right. What is 171? Can we be friends with the torch? All right. So we're getting to discard this. And we got a 171. The crystal tords stare at you with their bulging eyes as they croak razor sharp. Wait, what? We have to fight them now? What the fuck? Come on, guys. What the fuck? And they're evasive 3? And this is mandatory to do right now? What the fucking fuck? You mean move peacefully towards them, and then it's like, okay, now go, now fight them. What happened to moving peacefully towards them? This is ridiculous. I don't know if we have the health for this. John says this might be the record for monster fights in a single scenario. Yeah, this is not normal. We have not normally had so much fighting to do. It does say we can flee after one turn of combat. Okay. That's useful. After each consequence, you may flee combat, lose 5 cards, and return this. Okay, so evasive is the ability that means we have to throw away extra cards. So every 3 cards we draw, we have to discard 3. So what if we draw 2 cards? Okay, that's a good catch, Jonathan. We draw 2 cards and we let ourselves fail it. We take 2 wounds. We get to keep a card. 2 wounds is worth 6 cards to us. But yeah. Okay. So I think that's what we do. We're going to take 2 wounds, auto fail, and then run away. Boy, it's still so expensive. All right, that's what we're going to do. We're going to fight because we don't want to have to do this whole fight. All right, so we're just going to draw the minimum number of cards, which is 2. We're going to let ourselves fail this. Here are the 2 cards we drew. We're going to keep improvise. I like that card a lot. That's because we're doing the fail actions. We kept 1 card. We take 2 wounds, which brings us to 9. I think we're going to have to use that Hope Reborn for health. And now we're going to flee. 5 cards. It costs us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we get to throw these guys away. Deadly. Absolutely deadly. Crystal Tords. Return this. I have to find these guys again. Please no. All right. Oh, this is deadly. All right, 184. We haven't even found our guy yet, let alone our side separate missions. This is just brutal. Brutal. Okay, 184. Gigantic spongy flowers spread out between the trees, expelling blackish spores from time to time. Oh, that sounds nice. Blackish spores, that sounds healthy. All right, that's over here. So if we look on our map, boy, deadly. All right, we were here. We went down here, which is where we are now. Jonathan says, I have a tiny nagging feeling that the tiny fort is named Raptor Wood. You think this is Raptor Wood here? Or you think this is Raptor Wood? All right, so I think Jonathan thinks the bottom one is Raptor Wood. If that's right, then that means that where Jonathan wants us to go is here. It's going to cost us quite a bit to get there, but let's do it. We don't have much time to mess around. In fact, you could make the case that we should eat one of our Hope Reborns just for health, for 10 health, because we are down to 9 and the game's about to kill us. All right, well, we can walk over here and then go down, but that's going to cost us a bit. All right, well, let's do it. We're going to just walk over here for 1 card. Save your energy. That's pretty good. Okay, I'm going to throw away consider to keep save your energy. Okay, now we're here. So there's a 5 here. This is what could kill us, though, because we'll need to spend 7 cards to look here. Now, let me point out, Jonathan, that we don't know if this is scenario specific, but this fort is this thing here, right? Talking to this fort is surely what brought out this. Are we missing a way to recharge? Is the mechanic that if we run out of health, we lose one of the objective as the timer or something? I don't think so. Timer just says this. We haven't heard anything about how to... Nothing has told us to spend these yet. Very weird, isn't it? It's very weird. It just says, take the objective cards. Let's read it again. Yeah, it really feels weird, like we're missing some rule. It says, take the objective cards. Ground Shivers 3. Set your life point to 45. Take your starting hand. Stop reading now. When you run low on life points or you think you've reached your goal, come back. Very weird. Very weird. Feels like we haven't even reached the whatever's going to take those goal cards away. Well, we've got our primary objective. I guess we're just going to do it. The only thing that's throwing me a little bit is he's in the woods, and this is not woods. But this is woods where we are now and where the chameleon is. But I do see the value of going to that thing. What's this about? I mean, our guy was going to collect stuff. He wasn't going to live in a fort. So I wonder if he's not collecting stuff from this abandoned place. Where the chameleon is. On the other hand, I don't want to go up and then down and then up. All right, well, let's go explore this. All right, 7 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have to get our health back. 2, 3, 4. So we're down to 5 health. We don't have any choice but to spend our Hope Reborn instead of an upgrade to get 10 life. I know it's hurting our secondary mission, but we just don't have a choice. Wow, I'm not sure we ever did that in our previous playthroughs. I'm not sure we ever got so desperate. Two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 100 paces away, an individual waves at you. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. Otherwise, we talk to him. Oh boy. I don't think we have time for this. It's not our mission. We don't have time for this. We don't have time for this. Just gonna discard this. It's just 1 card, but who knows what's gonna happen. If he wants to fight us, we're screwed. So we should just count our blessings that that it wasn't another creature to fight. Okay, 195. Terrain slopes gently down to a small fort that rises high enough to observe the area from its arrow slits. I mean, This doesn't feel like our guy, but who knows? All right, so let's just deal with this guy. Hopefully he's not going to shoot us. One way or another, we got to get out of here. We have never been down here. According to our larger map, we have never seen what's here. Let's hope we're not supposed to go down this way. A level 8 would be 10 cards to draw. We can't do that. If he lives down here, he's gone. All right, we're going to walk down here for 1 card. We get to keep this card if we want. Now let's think about this for a second, because it's a talking card. Are we gonna, we normally don't need that, but should we have, seems like this, we might need a talking card. I'm gonna throw it away. All right, let's go ahead and do this action. 1 card, 0 successes, 255. If we're lucky, this is our scenario. A whole bunch of scenarios, but not ours. Having reached the foot of the fort, you notice how massive the building is. It seems to have been spared by the burrowers. You bang on the heavy door. Okay, there was another 255. Discard all 255 cards from the adventure deck without revealing them. Okay, so this gets discarded. Oh, that's interesting. All right. You may not take it if you have a bad reputation. All right, we don't have a bad reputation. 0, discard this and read 184. Okay, so this goes here just like it was on our map. We're discarding it. Take this action to read 184. Now, did we make notes about this card? Apparently not. All right, read 184. Okay, so this gets discarded. I guess I'm going to leave it here for map making purposes. But it's supposed to go away and read 184. Now let's see if we regret not taking that other thing. $184, big long entry here. The door opens, revealing a puny man in the company of a large horn, which glares at you, baring its teeth. Good day. Our community is set up at the foot of Ninadazur's Citadel. Well, what's left of it. My name is Vaughn, but perhaps you already know that. I know the Citadel well. I worked for the Necro Druid there for many cycles. I was his best apprentice. I had a bright future ahead of me until I was exposed to spores in the sacred grove and suffered memory loss. Moment of inattention that cost me dearly. Having become useless to my master, I was dismissed. I have lived alone in Fort Cutthroat ever since and hardly venture beyond Raptorwood, he says while patting his animal's head. Well, he's mentioned Raptorwood, so is that where we are, in Raptorwood? That's a good sign. The man listens attentively as you tell all that has happened since the reversal and your adventures to keep the community afloat. If you want to take the following action, an involved character must return a barter. If you cannot or do not want to, return the dialogue book. So if we give him a barter item, I'm not sure we do have a barter item. We have a bomb. I could drop a bomb in your house. We don't have any barter items to give him. We barely have anything. All right, so we can't do this. He's not one of the guys mentioned in our backstory. I don't think we have specific guys mentioned. What we have is if they mention Aber Adid or that place. But let me bring it up in our backstory. Where is our backstory? Where is our backstory card? Our backstory card is not about a specific. Wait, oh, Ribic and the Owl, the only two Legionnaires. Ribic and the Owl. Good point. Okay, but he doesn't mention, he's not that. All right, so take these seeds. They will give you something for your people to eat. So if we could barter with him, he'd give us production and a hope reborn, which we would love to have, but we don't have an item to barter with him, so we can't do this. But we should make a note, right? So that we know he's not something else magical. So Fort, what is it called? Cutthroat. So Fort Cutthroat, near 231 has a 99. Okay. Well, it's good news and it's bad news. The bad news is it's not who we were looking for. I guess the good news is that we can't afford to go down here. He does mention Raptor Woods, so I think this is the Raptor Woods here. We have never seen what's here, but that's an 8. These are both 8s. These are too expensive for us to go. So we have to pray our guy is not here. We just have to. We just cannot afford to be walking in 10s, especially in danger, right? Because that's what these 8s are. They're 10s just to explore them here and here. So we're going to have to hope that we don't need to go here, although I'm very curious to see what's here, since we've never, ever seen this location. But I don't think we can afford it. We've eaten our last Hope Reborn. We only have 15 health. So I think we're going to have to hope he's here with the black spores or here. I think if I had to guess, I'd actually guess that Jonathan's first idea that he's scavenging parts from this location. Like, it feels to me like this would be where he went to scavenge locations. And I'm a little scared to mess around with these black spores where this guy lost all his memories. On the other hand, don't want to, well, okay. Let's one thing at a time. Let's walk here for one. We get to keep this card if we want. It's symbol. Guess I'm not going to. All right, we have a tough choice now. We can either look in here, but I feel like these are all the spores. I feel like this is very dangerous. Our guy wouldn't be here. There's nothing for him to see here. So, and it would be easy for us to walk down onto it again if we're wrong. So I'm inclined to skip this and go right up into here. And oh, we don't have a way to get this card. But maybe we stop messing around and start using the smoke spitter on this guy. Yeah, let's do that. All right, I think we're going to fight this guy. Jonathan says, as always in this world, my intuition when it comes to where to go is wrong. It was worth the try. It was worth the try. All right, so let's fight these chameleons. They're evasive too. If we fail it, we get wounded. We don't want to fail it. So what we're going to do is we're going to avoid drawing 3 cards because we don't want the penalty. So my plan is to use the smoke spitter card during this fight. That's going to get us 2 successes. And 3 symbols. I cannot also use the flail. Why not? Because secondary. So we can't also use the flail. This is 2 successes. This gives us 3 successes if we need it. It's not forced, so we can do this. I'd rather use this on the next battle round. So 2 cards. I need to get 3. No, we're going to use this. So that's 2 successes, 3 successes. We only need 1 card here. But what if we don't get a success here? Then we will have failed this. We can't afford that. Okay, what we'll do is we'll use the intuition right now. Look at the top 3 cards of your action deck. Decide how you want to arrange them. Okay, so look at that. No single stars. That's terrible. Put them back together either on top or the bottom in any order. So I'm going to put these on the bottom. This is blocked. I'm trying to avoid drawing 3 cards here is what I'm trying to do, but I just don't see how we can. Because we cannot afford to fail this. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll draw We'll draw 3 cards, which is going to we'll draw 4 cards, which is going to cause us to discard 2 because he's evasive. Okay, well, this was overkill. 1, 2, 3, 4 successes. We didn't even need this. What a shame. All right, well, this got blown up, so that's fine. We succeeded. Return this. Okay, 350 gets returned. We succeeded. We get to keep one of these in our hand. Shield. Okay, fine. We'll keep inspiration. We've succeeded in this, which brings the die down to here. At least we didn't get wounded. Now we've got 3 and 3. We didn't have to use our determination. We do have inspiration, so before we do this again, since it's not a force card, we could go grab a card from here. We could use a fight. That's pretty good. 2 flags, not very helpful. Run away fight, that's pretty good. Run home, that's pretty good. Waiter. +5 card. I wonder if this wouldn't even be better. +5 cards. Companion. Every 2 cards you discard, get an arcane. We do have a companion, though. That requires weapon. We don't have that. I wonder if this isn't better. 5 cards. Add it to your hand and then block this. I think we should do that. So I'm going to use inspiration to take that. Then we're going to use second wind right now to add 5 cards to our hand. 2, 3, 4, 5 to give us more health, since that's what we need. And then from our discard, we can bring into our hand. This gets blocked. Okay. Sorry, it's hard for you to see. Run away, run home. These are all useful. I think maybe this is what we need for this test. All right. So we've got a reasonable hand now. If we could avoid drawing 3 cards, that would be nice. We'll see how we can, though. We just need 2 successes. We can use 4 cards for it. So we could take 2 and then take 2 more, which is 4 to get 2. I don't think it's worth it, though. I'm going to draw. It would be nice if I didn't have to use this. I'm going to draw 4 cards, which costs us an extra penalty of 2 cards. And we'll see if we can't get our 3 successes right here without spending any extra. Okay, well, we didn't, but we're allowed to use 3 cards to get 3 successes. So we could use this one to let us, actually, yeah. Does that help us? We're allowed to use 3 cards, 1, 2, 3. Then I'm going to use this card to use a 4th. That gives us 3 successes. Okay, so that's our 3 successes. Unfortunately, we already have a 151. I should have found a way to use this instead. Done. It's too long. We can't spend all day on this. We did succeed. A 151 is not needed for us, but we did kill this Carmelian. It took us all day to do it. This scenario has been exhausting. Let's just see if we can survive this and get home. It would be a miracle if something hasn't gone wrong. High cliff dominates the Great Sea, which has engulfed the eastern part of the mire. Now we're in the eastern part of the mire, not the southern part. So is this not where this guy lives? Is it going to turn out this guy is down here? How are we supposed to afford that? This game is brutal. All right, well, we have to hope he's here. If he's not, we're going to have to come down and see if we can't get here. Or die. Or die. All right. Or die. All right, so I'm going to move up here for one. We're out of cards, so we need to refresh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One stays here. 5. We're now at 10 life points. We're almost dead. We could still make it home, though. If we don't die, we could still make it home. But one bad battle, and it's all over. All right, so I walked. Did I keep a card? I don't remember. All right, here we are. That's kind of weird. Look at this difference here. Look at this. Look at this versus this. Why are we missing the why are we missing the ability to look inside there? Oh, look. 188. Thank God for our previous map. But look, there is a number there, 188. But surely that's not central to our game. Particularly massive tree standing among others on the cliff draws your attention. Okay, so there's a thumbs up. All right, so this is actually here. All right. I mean, you wouldn't think that that's going to be related to our mission, because what if the players miss the numbers? All right, well, there's only two things to do. We could look inside that tower, or we could look at that big tree. Why will no one mark where places are on a map in this universe? We had a map. Couldn't we have asked them to circle where they thought he was? Yes, please. The part that scares me, it makes sense to me that he's in that place looking for ruins, but I remember some scary monsters around there, so I am nervous about going in there. So I think the fact that we needed the number to spot that suggests there might be something good there. So I think we should go to that. 192, that's what I'm doing. All right, look what I see. Footstep. However, if a character has the Ambrusis card, flip this. Otherwise, you find a bag filled with a mishmash of equipment that seems quite useless. Return this. So We don't get anything because it expects us to have found our guy by now. All right, maybe he's in here. If he's not in here, this game is just really frustrating us. All right, I'm going over here. One card to look in there. I'm just scared. I know there are monsters in this thing. I know there are. I remember a lizard monster that nearly killed us. 281, 281. All right, well, there's no good card for this. So let's just take one, put the rest back. Have I missed a card? Is that what's happened? Have I missed a scenario specific card? Yep, it's the lizard. It's the lizard who's deadly. At the foot of a ruined tower, a sign reads Stone Heap 36. Unfortunately, a chip in the stone makes the rest of the inscription illegible, and you cannot know just how far you are from the city-state. So I know from our map that eventually this comes out. So this is not where we want to be. But much worse than that is the fact that here is this deadly creature. Oh, maybe we can, okay, we can discard it. Okay, thank God. Reptiles lying on a rock, basking in the sun. You think its flesh is edible. For want of a better way, you could hit it with one of the rocks that litter the ground. So if we succeed in getting 4 successes, then we get a 5, which is food, which is worth at least 5 cards. What's a 535 card? I don't have it written down. I mean, it's going to take us 5 cards to get a success. What's a 535 card? Let me just take a peek at what a 535 is. I think that might be the Stonehenge. No. What the heck? That's a weird card. I don't remember ever seeing it. Sounds like we could eat this guy. We don't have anything to do with him. All right, I'm going to eat him if we can. It sounds like he's pretty harmless. We need 4 successes, but we're going to get 5 cards. So hopefully we don't need, well, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 cards to get 5 cards, but we'll get some extra card. But I'll take 4 cards. We'll try to come out with a profit, and we can use these if we need to. And if he runs away, he runs away. Boy, it seems like we got lucky here because 4 cards was not enough to get 4 successes, but we did get lucky. So I've got 1, 2, 3 successes. I think maybe it would be better to take this card, and I better be right that we get a met. So I'm going to take this card and take 2 more. All right, well, we got barely lucky, but we got enough to get our 4 successes. Took us a lot of cards to do that, though. That was not worth it for 5 cards. It cost me more than I gained. And we got rid of a useful card, but let's see. We get a 535. We ate him. And we get a 5, which hopefully is food enough to eat. And that's it. And then we banish him. I hope we don't get penalized for eating that guy. All right. So I am going to... Strange symbols have been engraved on the stone that he was sleeping on. If you know what they mean, take a 99. Did you get your 5 cards? I don't get my 5 cards back, but we get this food that we're now going to eat for 5 cards, which is what I'm going to do right now. You only get 5 cards back if there's no food to draw. If there's food to draw, it's the same thing. But we don't know what these mean, so they just disappear. Right? We have no idea what these mean. So I guess this just goes away. What a waste. All right, we're going to eat this food now since we need the cards. One, I'm not sure why to wait. We could wait, but I don't see the point of it, really. One, two, three, four, 5. These are discard. We just ate our food. That was just a total waste. A total waste. But we did that in case that 535 was good. I guess now we're going to go and do it again in hopes of seeing what's really in there. I guess that's the idea. After this is revealed, if no character has any weakness, take a 49. Okay, well, that's the last glimmer, so that's good. That's good for us. At least we got another glimmer, which might keep us alive a little bit longer. Any character may apply the following effect from the terrain card this is attached to explore less -4. But this doesn't help us. All right, so this goes there. I guess I'll put it on. And I suppose on our to-do list, we do want to come back here. Sorry, we do want to come back here with the guy. Why is it doing that? Oh, it's because of my fault. We do want to come back here with Abrasimus. 192 with Abrasimus. Although we don't know where he is. All right, so 281, we've finished those out, right? There's no more 281s. And what about 192? That one we weren't allowed to do because we didn't have Erasmus. So he could be here, he could be here, or he could be down here. Or for God help us, he could be here. We probably should not have passed up any place where we could look. Or he could be here. The really terrifying thing is if he's here, which we've never been. All right, well, what can we do? What can we do? He could be here. He could be here. He could be here. He could be here. 4 locations and 4 places. I guess we gotta do those first. What about this? Oh, this was the graveyard, so I went there. This was east. Maybe the most likely place he is here. Did we already do that? It's not. I'm really scared to go into those spores. Seems like the game was warning us not to do it, but all right, to the spores. Press this 1. We get to keep this if we want it. Improvise, that's a good card. All right, to the spores, 232. What have we got to lose? Except our life. Okay, there's 232 cards. You move carefully through the undergrowth, keeping away from any vegetation that seemed dangerous. You spot several edible fruits hanging from the branches of a tree. We don't have a pole, do we? No, we don't. We have a flail, which seems like you could use it. We're going to get 5 cards, so we just have to spend less than 5 here. If we fail, we get to keep 1. We need 3 successes. We have determination, which would give us a bonus 1, but I'd rather not use it. We actually don't have to do this. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything, right? But actually, it would let us do this again. But surely he's not here. I'm just trying to think, right? Like, there is another one of these 232 cards, but we'd only get to draw it if we got rid of this card. I don't see why we should bother unless we think he's really hiding underneath after this, which doesn't seem likely. This is just insanity. John says, I think you'd see the foot symbol if he was there. Yeah, I agree. I mean, is he down here? This guy says he rarely leaves the Raptor Woods. That suggests he's in the Raptor Woods. But the question is this the Raptor Woods or is this the Raptor Woods? And can we even afford to go down there? All right, I'm going to go look here. Costs 1 to walk over there. I get to keep this. 120. There's 2 120s. Remaining alert, you inspect the area. It seems safe enough to take a short rest. Discard all 120s without revealing them. There's no that. Otherwise, we can unblock a card or take 3, or take 2 cards from the discard pile and add them to our hand. All right, well, we don't want to take 2 cards into our hand because we've got a full hand. So it's we're either going to unblock a card or take 3 cards. So we could unblock this card and then try to sleep. But I think for 5, and we'd have to find this again. I think instead of unblocking, we should just take 3 cards and discard all 120s. So this was just a nice place to rest. And we get 3 cards back from here. But he's not there. This is craziness. I mean, what can we do? What can we do? I mean, is he there? If we head up to see if we missed him, what then if he's down below, we're totally screwed. On the other hand, if we open up a card here for 10, are we really going to go up and then back down? We did get one hint from this fort. He says he barely leaves the Raptor Woods. Right? Let's look at that card again, because that's kind of important. $184. That was the closest we got as a clue. And then this card here said if we have him, we do a special thing. That suggested that we want to come this way. He said, I lived in the Fort Cutthroat ever since. Hardly venture beyond Raptorwood. And I thought somewhere he said we were in East Raptorwood. This is East Raptorwood, and we're told South Raptorwood. Does sound like it might be here. But how are we going to afford to get there? All right, here's what I think. I don't think we can afford to go up and then down and then up. So I think we just got to go down one more. If we don't think we can find him, then we head up, check places on our way up, and just give up. You're right, he didn't say East Raptorwood, but some place we just read said East Raptorwood. Some place recently said East Raptorwood. Where do you think, Jonathan, you were thinking go up one more and look at these two places? I think we'll do those places on our way up. I think this is where we saw a boat. All right, let's go. I'll trust Jonathan. We'll go up one more. That takes a card. We can keep it if we want. If we have a weapon, which we don't have. All right, let's do 163. Oh my God, it's a footprint. Please let this be where this guy is. Please let this be where this guy is. You walk between huge plants, some of which are almost twice your size. In some places, they're so clustered that their prickles brush against you. Footprints lead you toward one of these bristlers. A piece of torn cloth is hanging from its spines. Could it have belonged to Ambrasus? You shout his name, but are met only with silence. Start to comb the area, being careful not to touch the plants. There, a body lying face down. All right, well, it seems like we found him and he's dead or unconscious, but thank God we didn't do what I wanted to do and spend 10 cards to go south if this is his body. That might not even be his body. This could be total red herring, but here we go. So we need to succeed twice. In the first case, we need 5 successes. We can use any cards we draw. It's a compass or an eye. Unfortunately, our companion isn't good at that. So not much help here. But we have one guaranteed success. How many cards will we have to draw to get 5 success? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. Might be enough, but with this should be enough. We don't have any way to use our symbols. I don't know if 6 is enough. What if we fail? Time goes by. We really don't want that. 3, 5, 4. I think this should be enough. All right. Let's see what we've got here. So far, so bad. The good news is we can use all of these cards, but these are pretty bad cards. 1, 2, 3. All right, we got a break there. So we can use all of these cards, but there's not much to use here. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So actually we succeeded without having to use this, just barely. That's a lot of cards we had to spend for this, though. There are tracks over there. These just all got thrown away so that we could knock ourselves down to here. Okay, now we need to get 3 successes with 2 cards, but we've got an extra card and an extra success. So we really only need 2 successes on 3 cards. That's definitely doable. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 cards we can use to get 3 success. If we fail, we lose 3 cards. I think that's worth trying to do it with this. Okay. Okay, well, that's a good hand. I think probably we'll use this, improvise, to use 3 cards instead of 2, and that gets us our success. And what do we get for all of our troubles? We get a 99, which is a Hope Reborn, which could be used as 10 health if we need it. That increases the likelihood that we're actually going to survive this. More importantly, we get a 319, and this could be our guy. If this is just someone else's body, and it's not our guy. All right, here we go. You turn over the body of an old man. He's cold and breathing weakly. You recognize Ambrosius from Philia's description. All right, well, that's amazing. Thank God. Thank God. That was just deadly. All right, well, we're not home free yet, but we should take a moment to notice that that's where he was. And all of these cards were the cards that cost us 10 to reveal it, 7 to reveal it, 10 to reveal it, 10 to reveal it. That's why we went where we shouldn't have gone. We were so focused on going south that we gave up exploring places and paid huge costs to go down here. So when we saw these cards that were cost us 10 to explore in areas that our ground shiver was not equipped for, we should have taken that hint. All right, now let's see how hard this is going to be to get this guy home. Ambrosius, the man is too weak to walk. You'll have to carry him. Immediately after this is revealed, read 186. If you become unconscious, you discard it. If it gets discarded or blocked, you won't be able to save Ambrosius. When it happens, your adventure ends here. Oh, that's it. The whole scenario's over. All right. Well, I mean, we've got a path home. But now, when we walk, every step we walk is either going to cost us an objective card or 4 cards. Wow, that's rough. That is really, really dangerous. And he's cumbersome, so we can't even use our special card to do it. Can we do this? We have, if we leave for home right now, we got to walk 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moves. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 objectives. So we could throw out objectives each walk. And then we'd still have to spend 4 cards. So we could definitely do it. We could definitely save a couple objectives. Okay. Let's read 186. Boy, this was deadly. Oh my God. This scenario was out of control. All right, let's read the discussion with this guy. We have to find a better way to use our cards more efficiently. Okay, Ambrosius, boy, you were a lot of effort to find. The drums of desolation. Oh, this is him talking. Drums of desolation will beat again. I need. Ambrosius manages to say, but he immediately slips back into unconsciousness. You can give him first aid before taking him back to the Citadel. Only there can he be restored to full health. So it's a 0-3, and we can stabilize him. And we've got her. She's good at medical. She lets us keep an extra card and turns 2 flags into stars. We do have at least 3 objective cards, so it seems like we should definitely do this now. So we need 0-3. She can help, but we don't really need this ability of hers. But if we draw flags, we can turn them into stars. Okay, 0-3, huh? 0-3, and we have 1 guaranteed star. Nothing else helps us, though. We need 3 success. We are going to use a nail. Well, now we only need 2 successes, and we can use our flags. And we can draw as many cards as we want. Where was that? As many cards as we want to get 2 successes. If we fail, we lose an objective card. Okay, so we don't want to fail. 2 successes is what we need. All right, we need to refresh our life again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 1 we didn't refresh, but we paid for 4. That brings us down to 6 life. We need to get this guy home. I'm hoping that when we heal him, maybe he's not so hard to carry. All right, so we need 2 successes because we can use this. 4 cards. We can use all 4. Seems like it should be enough to get 2 successes. Maybe we'll get lucky and get 3. So we did get 3. So we don't have to use this. We've got our 3 successes. During the consequence step, shuffle 1 hand card back into your action deck instead of discarding it. Well, let's do that just because or are we going to need to fight again? I guess we're just considering it for the stars. So let's shuffle this one back in. Okay. I just want to give us maximum energy. All right, so we succeeded in that. Because we have at least 3 objective cards, we got to do this test. We passed it. His condition appears stable. That's encouraging. Take a 99, so we get another Hope Reborn, which is another health for us if we need it. So our chances of succeeding this, getting him home, are quite good. And now we jump to read 293. Let's see what he says. Ambrosius briefly regains consciousness. My bag, I dropped it not far from a ruined tower when I got dizzy. It's vital you find it. He manages to articulate before slipping back into unconsciousness. All right, so we know where that bag is, but he is barely holding on. And every step we take costs us 4 cards. However, it's just next door, and we know where it is. It's going to cost us 8 cards to do it, but now that we have another Hope Reborn, I do feel like we can survive it. All right, let's do it. We don't want to lose an objective card, right? So we're just going to walk over there. That would normally cost us 1 card, but because of him, we're going to, assuming we don't want to get rid of an objective card, we have to lose 4 more cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and this is the card we use to walk, so we get to keep this. Unfortunately, it lets us run far, but not if we're cumbersome, so that's useless to us. Now that we're here, though, let's see if we can find his bag by looking in 192. Okay, Abrasimus. If a character has the Ambrosius card, flip this. Otherwise, you find a bag. Okay, well, we did find it. So please just give it to us. It's a loaded bag. At the foot of a tree, you locate a bag filled with a mishmash of equipment. Measuring instruments, plants in jars, not to mention a man's clothes and a book filled with incomprehensible calculations. Immediately after this is revealed, banish a 192 without revealing it. All right. I mean, I don't think it matters. Banish a 192. There's only one 192. Okay, it's banished. And it's cumbersome and a weight of 2. So we went from weight 1 to weight 3 now. And, oh, Abrasimus himself is actually a weight of 3. So actually, we're at weight of 6 right now because we're carrying Abrasimus and a loaded bag. Combined weight of 5 plus 1 is 6. All right, so we got him in his bag, but it doesn't give us anything. Now we have to get home. Jonathan says, I think it's worth debating whether it's better to lose a couple of objective cards and use the Hope Reborn to complete the secondary objective. I think you are absolutely right. It is worth a debate. It is absolutely right. We're going to have to think about it before we use any Hope Reborns. 100% true. We actually have 3 Hope Reborns if we cash in our Glimmers, which surely we want to do. In fact, let's do that right now before we catch another Glimmer and can't get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to return Glimmers to take a 99. So we now have Return glimmers. Okay, so I've returned all the glimmers. We should have done that earlier because if we get another glimmer and we have them all, it's useless. We now have 3 Hope Reborns, which could be used to build 2 buildings and complete our secondary objective with 1 to spare. But I do think you make a good point. Like returning with all 5 objectives, it wouldn't be surprising if we get a Hope Reborn for each objective, but we can plan it out. We don't have to stop anywhere again. We can know exactly how to get home. So let's take our break though. We'll come back and we'll get this guy home. We can calculate exactly how many cards. I think you're probably right that it would be better for us to use the Hope Reborn for upgrades. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are going to survive this. 8 minutes. Okay, we are ready to head home. If we look, Jonathan is interested in us making sure we complete our secondary objective, which I think no matter what, we'll be able to achieve. But let's just look at what we're up against here. It'll cost us 1 card plus 4. So 5 cards to walk each of the 7 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need to do 7 walks to get home. Let's see, let's move everything down so we can see it here. All right, so this is where we need to get to. So we need to go 7 walks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's all deterministic. There's nothing we have to roll or try to. Well, no, that's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 2 plus 1. So 7 cards, 8, 9, 10. So it's going to take us 10 normal cards to walk, but each walk will cost us 4 more because we're carrying this guy. So 4 times 7 is 28. So a total of 38 cards to get home. For each life point, which we're currently at 6, we get 3 cards. So right now we've got ability to get 18 plus 18 cards. In our stack, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've actually got enough life to spend 25 of the 38 cards. So we are going to absolutely need to spend 1 of our Hope Reborns for health. No doubt about it. If we do that, that gets us another 30 cards. So with spending 1 Hope Reborn, we can get home and not lose any objective cards. But if we didn't want to spend this Hope Reborn, we would need 13 more cards. We'd have to spend 3 objectives of our 5 in order to avoid eating this Hope Reborn. In fact, I don't even think that's good enough. That's 12, that's 37. So actually, I think we'd have to spend 4 objectives to get there without a Hope Reborn. That's because the Hope Reborns are so powerful. But we still have 2 left that we won't have spent. That's enough to build a total of 3 buildings if we build 2 level 1 buildings. So I think I don't see a way for us to avoid spending 1 of these. And if we do that, we don't have to lose an objective card. So I'm agreeing with you, Jonathan. I would lose 2 objective cards. But 2 objective cards only get us 8 cards, whereas a Hope Reborn gets us 30. So I think we have to spend the Hope Reborn. There's no other way to do it. So let's just start walking back. So we're going to walk 1 space. That's 1 card, and we get to keep it. And 4 cards that we must discard for carrying this guy. Now we're out of health. We're going to do it again. We're going to walk 1 card. The walk, we get to keep it if we want it. No reason we want it. And now we have to spend 4 cards. There's 1. Now I need to spend 3 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to spend 5 health to bring us down to 1 health. And now we owe 3 more cards for the walk action. And now we're quickly going to run out of health, so we're going to have to eat a Hope Reborn, but actually that doesn't work. We'd have to spend all of them out to get the health, but there is a fix. We're going to spend 2 of them right now, and then we'll eat with this one. So we're going to do 2 upgrades right now. I'm going to block these 2 to do 2 upgrades. And the scenario told us that we want 3 buildings built by the time we finish. The only way, we've got 1 built, which is the Fortune Tower. So to build 2 with 2 points, well, sorry, I guess it's not quite that simple. We need to go to 2 building locations. So we can do that, thankfully. I think we want to head up to this 301. So let's do that one. And then I think if we head up to the 303, or this one would also be good. Let's do that. Okay, so I've checked 2 building locations, although it would be nice if we could go straight, more straight there. Okay, but 2 building locations. Now we can build 2 pips. And if we want to complete what it asked for, 3 buildings, we're going to need to build single point buildings, 2 single point buildings. My suggestion is that we need a weapon. So I'd be inclined to build the smithy. And then we could build the place of worship to grab 2 glimmers. Or we could build one of the things to increase our community, which does benefit the earlier we do it. So what do you think, Jonathan? You got a 1-point building you want? Place of worship gives you 2 glimmers at the start of each scenario. Smithy gives you a weapon and lets you unblock weapons. Then we've got a defense upgrade, a prestige upgrade, a provisions upgrade, and a book upgrade. Production +1. That's this thing, right? Okay, so Jonathan wants the grain silo. And I want the smithy because I feel like we need weapons. All right, well, we've now built 3 buildings, so that should make the secondary mission happy. We've done our upgrades. We've spent our 2 Hope Reborns, and we're going to eat this one now to give ourselves 10 life points. We're now up at 11. Done. All right. Now with that, we should be able to make it home. All right, let's do it. We're going to walk over here. That cost us 1 card plus 1. So that's 2 cards to walk. We get to keep one of these. Okay, we're going to keep. Don't think this really matters, but we might as well keep and make walking a little bit cheaper. Now we have to spend 4 cards, but we're going to use Fortitude to help our walk so that we can ignore this. So we're not going to pay for those 4 cards. Now we're going to walk again. This would cost us 3 cards to walk because of this modifier. But we're going to pay this card to draw 3 less. So actually we don't pay any to walk, but we still have to pay the 4 penalty. That. Now we're going to walk again up. That costs us 1 card, which we can keep, and then 4 penalty. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now again, we walk. We pay our 1 card to walk. We get to keep this. Now we have to pay 4 penalty, but we have no cards, so we have to refresh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That brings us down to 6 health. We just made it here. By the way, this doesn't help us, huh? Okay. All right, so I think I said we owed 4 for that walk. I don't think I paid that. Then we walk here, costs us 1 card, which we get to keep. In fact, let me keep this in case for some reason we have some battle at the end. Now we're supposed to pay a bonus of 4. We just got this. I'm not sure we can use this now. But let's just say we can. Doesn't really matter, does it? All right, I'll say we can't use it. I'll pay the 4. That's fine. Doesn't matter. All right, we've made it home. Now we're going to do the 77 action, which hopefully is not going to involve any battle. 77. You are only 100 paces from the entrance to the camp. A slight euphoria overcomes you at the prospect of finding what should be called your home. Don't mess around with us, please. Yes, okay. Each unconscious character gains 1 life point. Well, when you're playing solo, you're not allowed. You would die if you became unconscious. But if one of the players were unconscious and the rest were fine, you'd be okay. Discard all the cards on the board, including your terrain card. Open the threat booklet to where the bookmark is and read the epilogue. Okay, so we've finished this scenario. I'm not going to discard the cards on the board. I'm going to take a photo of it, but we are now done. All right, so we brought back Ambrosius and his loaded bag. And we've got 6 life left and a handful of cards, but we have all of our objectives, all 5. However, we didn't get many Hope Reborns. We didn't get too many upgrades, but let's read our epilogue now. That was really rough. But we did it. Epilogue. Celia is waiting for you, anxious to know if you found Ambrasus. If a character has the Ambrasus card, read conclusion A, otherwise conclusion B. Yeah, we did read it. Now there is an errata here. That's what my little red mark means. So let me see what I've got for errata on this page. Ready to set off again, errata. Okay, so it looks like it doesn't trigger till we're here. All right, here we go. Exciting. After a few days of rest, Ambrasus is finally on his feet. I owe you my life, thank you. I've been trying to unravel the mystery of the tremors that are shaking the collapsing lands ever since they began. Thanks to the instruments I've developed, I managed to detect 2 tremors that were imperceptible to the common folk. Alas, the third one destroyed the hamlet where we lived. I think these phenomena all have the same origin. When I realized that it was not geological, I informed Kel's leaders via the chain. In response, I received a letter saying that the Council of 4 could not agree on whether to add this topic to their next agenda. According to my calculations, the drums of desolation, as I have chosen to call them, will beat again several times. If you can supply me with the ground shivers I need for my tremor triangulator, I should be able to determine more precisely what to expect. One thing is for sure. They are increasing in intensity and may eventually pose a threat to the whole of the collapsing lands. Meanwhile, you should strengthen your buildings to withstand the coming tremors if, as I fear, they occur. You have managed to find Ambrasus and lead him back to the safety of the Citadel. Return Ambrasus card and take 199 card. Okay, so he goes back. I don't know where he's going, but apparently he's done. He's done with us. Okay, but we did get a 99 for that trouble. So another upgrade for us. Nice. If we found his bag, return it. Ambrasus thanks you warmly for having recovered his bag. He's going to need what's inside to continue his research on the origin and frequency of the drums of desolation. He offers you one of his books and a potion. Take a 50, a 249, and 299 cards. Wow, getting that bag really helped us. 299s. So that's all of the Hope Reborns. We could not have done any better. 3 more upgrades. That's amazing. And a 50. Okay. 50, huh? Okay, let's see what he gave us. Cape Arante. Okay, so we've seen these on cards, and we can eat them. I don't know what we get. We get a 54, whatever that is. All right, that's not a bad book. Anything that lets us eat more, well, they could be poisonous, but he gave us a cookbook. All right, and he also gave us a 249. Let's see what that's all about. A potion, huh? Let's see what he gave us. Orator's Potion gives us 4 flags and 2 life points. Well, that's pretty good. 4 flags is good for us. We can use flags. All right, we're all of our hard work during that mission is paying off here in the rewards. The help of new refugees. Philia and the new refugees helped with the various work sites while you were looking for Ambrosius. If, however, you are too late in returning, Philia will have sent some refugees after him, depriving the camp of their extra hand. Okay, return all the objective cards. For each objective returned, apply a building as if you had checked the symbol on the destiny page. So each of these is a building. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We get 5 builds. That's incredible. That is just as good as another Hope Reborn. Wow. Okay. And then if there are fewer than 3 buildings built on the buildings page, the living conditions at the Citadel are not good for community morale. So I guess you could have built the buildings with those cards. That's okay. We needed to spend them, otherwise we would have wasted them. So we did get some good rewards here. We don't have to take a 129 bad morale because we do already have 3 buildings. I haven't spent these upgrades yet, but let's continue reading here. Let's see what the errata fix is, if there is any. Doesn't look like this is, doesn't look like this is actually eroded to me. It looks like maybe it's conclusion B that was eroded. If you couldn't find him. Wow, we almost came home without finding him. Okay, let's see. If we have a task to be done card, return it. We don't have that card. We've never seen it. Discard all the cards in your hand. We're not ready to begin the next scenario. We're going to continue later, and this just tells us how to put away the cards. It says to take a 7 card, but a 7 card is just instructions for how to put the game away. So we still got a whole bunch of blocked cards, but we're done. All right, so the good news is we've got some cool potions and new books. The loaded bag we gave back, right? It said to give it back. To return it to him, I guess. All right. And we've got 3 Hope Reborns to spend on upgrades. So we've got 3 generic upgrades. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 builds, which is amazing. So we're going to do our normal thing. We're not going to apply these upgrades and builds yet. We're going to discuss them on Discord between now and when we play the next session, and we'll pick them out right at the beginning of our next session. All right, well, that was stressful. That was a stressful scenario. I really thought we were going to die and not find him. And I do think we learned some lessons, two important lessons. Lesson 1 was don't walk right past things to explore. It's too costly to go back and backtrack and stuff. You should, if you get a place where you can explore, you should do it, or you should look and do some actions. But probably the most important thing is the ground shiver levels really are, I mean, we knew this already. They're pretty strong hints that you're somewhere you shouldn't be. we were just so convinced by the description that it's at the south of the mire that we were sure we had to keep going south. But when we hit these 10s and 7s to explore, we should have known. That was dangerous, but we did survive it. And we had a lot of fighting, more fighting than normal. That was a little bit exhausting. Thank you for saying so, Jonathan. And great work from Jonathan in having us go here, because I was ready to try to go back down here and try to open this up, which would have been a catastrophe. All right, so we'll end it here. Maybe we'll play another session next week. I'll take a photograph, although I guess we've actually seen everything in previous game map here. We were very close to some new stuff, but not quite. All right, well, good work, everyone. Boy, that was a little rough. 6 hours. All right, well, I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to be playing something else. I'm not sure what. See you next time.